Their name, Good Vibes DJ Service. Okay. For some reason I thought it was different. Good vibes. Good vibes DJ service at gmail.com. Yep, yep.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. We'll start in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah.
Try to find a tablecloth for you out here.
Oh, I see that.
Bring it extra.
Oh,
Thank you. We don't work, they will. All right on.
Ow.
Right on.
Now I can lock in on you guys when you're talking.
Sweet. Oh, it's like a.
Yeah, it's like a 360 camera.
Hearing. Good morning, everybody.
Masai kwa wasana Jane 26th Annual General Assembly continuation. Edit the agenda. I'll continue to Jane so honestly. Sacha then Daniel Nove Tenere. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to ask Damian to do a prayer, and in his prayers, I would like everybody to think the young person, Hank and Rebecca's child who is in ICU. So we'll start off in a good way with Damian.
This is the same prayer that priest or me. And I'll say that in Kerry, probably won't understand. In the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit. Our bless us, O Lord, for these acts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Uncertainty on the pneumonia, Kings of one, Ica Secretly voliti pindone nasuni Gaccia non sapri pindone.
The monitor, you're gonna stand there. Oh, no, I'll turn it. You want to move that? I've got it.
Sai, thank you. Damien, thank you, everybody. Again, I want to welcome everybody back to our 26th Annual General Assembly. We just took a long break, that's all we did from before. And just a reminder, it was postponed because we lost a loved one back in October. So we just wanted to remind everybody, yeah, thank you. We wanted to remind everybody, this is just a continuation. If you remember, we already passed the agenda, it's the same agenda. It's just, we just updated the dates. So we did pass it, so we don't need to pass it again. We will continue with the same, agenda. I would like to introduce myself. I always think everybody knows who I am. My name is Darcy Dennis. I'll be co-chairing along with Julian. Do you remember other co-chair before was Eric McDonald? But we have Julian for the second half. And he'll introduce himself later. I sit with Lexamasu. Kevin, oh, I thought so. Stay on the spot for him, good, yes, that's what you have to do if you have any questions. Kevin, can you show it again, do what you just did? See, like that, okay? So if you have any questions, all rise, Jerry is in the house. Good. Yes, so we'll just go over, oh yeah, I gotta finish introducing myself. Again, Darcy Dennis, sit with Lexamasu, my father clan is, Bear Clan, Lac Jamu. Just to let you, and we'll go through the rules in a minute here, so, with that, I'm gonna pass the mic over to Julian and he'll introduce himself. All right, this side, Darcy. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Julian Brown. I sit with Lac Jamu. Can security get Brandon out of here? Seriously, get him out of here. Just kidding. That's my cousin. I sit with Lac Jamu and my father clan is Galantan. The grandson of late Ben and Violet Charlie. It's good to be here with you all today to finish off this AGA 2.0, the continuation of all prior business. I wasn't able to make it for the first one, so I'm glad to be here with you for the second one today. So should we go over the ground rules? Okay, just like we do at every other AGA, we pretty much got the same set of rules, but I'll lay them down for you. So any form of violence, verbal or lateral, will not be tolerated. Any person committing any acts of violence will be blocked from the site. Show respect for all individuals during their presentation, speech, etc., and ensure that you are actively listening and participating. So we will enforce these rules and ensure that time is kept accordingly with the items on the agenda. And yeah, we're just here to keep things on track as best we can. We'll identify all the speakers and let you know who's coming up to speak. And we just ask that there's no personal information shared if you're gonna share any comments with everybody. And also, please just turn your cell phones on silent. And if you have to take a call, just step outside. But that's it for me. So I'm gonna turn it back over to Darcy. Awesome, thank you, Julian. Just some of the logistics, I know everybody's been here before. The bathrooms are obviously over here and over here. Emergency exits, there's one over here, one by Antoine. Antoine on the way, that's an emergency exit. And then one out front and then one on the side behind Carrie. Please smoking, can you please smoke, about 100 feet away from the front doors? Okay, at least. Oh, wait, that's by the gas fire. 200 feet away. Alright, just keep going. Go for a walk. Or, I don't wanna lecture you about smoking is bad for you, okay? But. Okay, parking, there is, obviously, everybody knows the parking, you're probably gonna be, stuck if you're parked in one of those stalls over here. It's like potlucks, right? You gotta wait until the end because, we don't have enough parking, we just don't have enough space, so please be respectful. We'll have a zero tolerance for those under the influence of drugs or alcohol or any lateral violence like yelling, swearing, or any racist comments. We will be asking you to leave the premises. First aid and health wellness room access, the staff will be available for vaccines. This was the last one, but we do have health staff here. So please, we'll find a room for you if that's happening. We do have note takers, just like the continuation. Our note taker is Judy Charlie. Judy is in the corner waving at us. So she'll be doing notes for today and tomorrow. Presentations. Please pay attention to all presentations and ensure there is no discussions happening so everyone can listen to the presenters. Presentation questions must fit within the allotted time allocated to the program. So we're going to stay focused. We'll go through the agenda and you'll see. Must ensure that individual names or situations aren't shared to maintain confidentiality. Only ask questions pertaining to the presentation. Registration is with Rita and Norma. Please register. It will be used for honorariums for elders 80 years and older only. Right, you guys were paying attention. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Just checking. For those that are 60 years and older. And hereditary chiefs. And it will be used for road prizes, but the cutoff is at 11 a.m. So anybody coming after 11, you are just not eligible for door prizes or honorariums. Door prizes, we might have an early bird prize tomorrow, but keep your ears open. Again, honorariums are registered late baby members that are 60 years and older. Hereditary chief eligibility, non-staff or council. Dolores, that means you, Dolores. I know you're looking at me. Door prize is available only to those members in attendance at one of the 3 community locations, Tachet, Port Baby, and here in Wyoming. You must be a registered Lake Baby Nation citizen. You must be at least 18 years of age. You must be present when the draw is made. Your family or friends are not permitted to pick it up for the winner. A redraw will be completed. And do we have any staff and council? Can we put any Lake Baby staff here? Can you put your hands up? And council? Chief and council and staff? You see all of them have their hands up? You are not eligible for door prizes. Okay? Resolutions. Priscilla Kraus and Rose Johnny in the corner. Have forms available, will be accepting resolutions throughout the week. Please. Oh yeah, we have somebody turning 77 years old today. Right? Hmm? Oh, 78. Oh, he's elder eligibility. Can we sing happy birthday? Peter, can you put your hand up and wave your beautiful hat that chief could see it? Are we ready? Peter is turning 78 today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Accepting transfers. Reminder, we do have an LBN cultural night tonight. We're inviting all drummers, singers, and dancers. There will be a dance contest for youth, adult, and elders. Cash prizes to be awarded for first, second, and third place in each category. Oh, reminder, we do have our own Fred Steen as Elvis, who will be here tomorrow night, so please come check him out if you want to hear some good Elvis songs. Okay? Before we get to the agenda, I want to remind everybody, we are on Zoom for Tech Ed, and with that, but we are going on YouTube Live. Because if we go Facebook Live, there's been some hijacking that happened at the last one. And for anybody online, if you have any questions, please send your questions to info@lakebabine.com. Am I right, Priscilla Petra? info@lakebabine.com. If you're emailing me, I won't be getting your emails because my email is not working right now. So anybody online, I was getting a lot of emails at the first part of the AGA, and I won't be getting it. So I think that was all for me. I'm gonna ask Julian to go through the agenda before we continue on.
All right, thanks, Darcy. So, first up, we're gonna have a welcoming address from our chief, Will Vadum. And then we'll move on to his update as well as an executive update. And then we'll have a little break followed by child and family and social development at 11. Lunch at 12. After lunch, we're gonna be doing an honoring ceremony for Monty. So that's gonna be really awesome. Stay tuned for that. We've got Senator Margot Greenwood coming in. We've got a bunch of awesome representatives, so that's gonna be really cool to see. Followed by social development at 1:30. And take a little break after that, followed by employment and training at 2:30. Supportive housing at 3:30 and closing at 4:30. And I also wanted to share a reminder that there's a counselor, a mental health counselor, Mary McDonald, who will be available at the Wellness Center for today and tomorrow only. So she's a certified social worker, professional counselor. She's here. She's got her hand up. She's waving to you. If you want to go and talk to her, you got something weighing heavy on your mind, please take advantage of her services. So without further ado, I would like to call our chief to the stage. And there's still a little bit of breakfast left over, I'm told.
So, so Steve, keep saying ma. Then when so the AGA file, Tanis and the note and by it, Sai the higher listen and Jane needle thing. It was that AGA such a was on now on the AGA as I easily the high what that is actually. Going to this, so it's actually the Babby design, the Thatcher, French George Blunt was signed the Vancouver, computer Asnahani there. Anyway, so let's try this. I'd seen Ash Wednesday on so the I 5 minutes from now, the mayor's with it. Then 6 o'clock to the other 6 o'clock with the mayor's with it. Ash Wednesday. But let's start the day. Do something. So one of the officers is how wide. 40 days was on the side there. I see. One running there. Then, what's up? Messiah of the snake. Then, what's up? The head. Such a wide. Unzo. Edits of that, Stanis of the head. Such a wide. Listen, I saw now. Listen, Ocas Vespa, no Kienic. I was this guy Jane, a sign of the best, it's not so it's happening. I was just gonna leave it as just with my language. But I see some people that don't understand our language, and probably people online did not understand what I said. Basically, I said that, this is the continuation of the AGA that we were having in the fall time. And we had to stop it because there was a death in the community. It's important that, we respect the family when anything like that happens in our nation. So I just want to say, welcome to the Fort Babbitt people, the Tachak people, whoever can make it, and the people that are online. I know that, it costs a lot of money to put up the AGA. I'll give you an example. In the fall, it costs about $300,000 to have that AGA. And today, tomorrow, and Monday, it'll cost about $140,000. So it's a lot of expense that we do to make sure that we engage with our community. So listen to all the items that will be discussed in the next 2 days and a half. There will be a lot of program update, but some of the programs were already updated in the fall time. So just the ones that did not go through, those ones will be updated. Also in my language, it said today is Ash Wednesday. And you missed the mass, now it's 9:30, first mass. 6 o'clock is the second mass. And also today is the start of Lent. For 40 days, whatever you like to drink, whatever you want to eat, or your favorite food, or what you like to do, you have to give that up for 40 days. So I gave up Diet Coke. I rarely drink Coke anyways. I gave it up.
Thank you.
I thought it was beer.
Oh. I must have, I should give up bingo, okay, I'll give that. I said, oh, there. Anyways, I'll be back, give you an update later on. I just want to say, welcome to all the members that are here and online. So let's have a good, 2.5 day session, a sideshow.
Messiah Chief, Messiah Chief. Thank you again, so we'll go through the remainder of the agenda, so you can see, Julian went through what's gonna happen today. Tomorrow, we're gonna be another full day, we'll go through capital infrastructure, tallow fisheries, Burns Lake Native Development, Port Babbing Lodge, resolution, and then the afternoon resolution. So the procedure for resolutions, when you go see Priscilla and Rosa, it has to be focused on our nation matters and can establish a mandate for Lake Babbing Nation, relate to matters regarding the operations of Lake Babbing, and support on a particular issue, event, or situation. So the resolution forms, you need the name of the mover, must be a registered Lake Babbing citizen, and the name of a seconder must be a registered Lake Babbing citizen. The description should be short and a title. Identified as either mandate, directional, organizational, or support. Has a timeline or lifespan, is relevant and strategic, considers the cost of implementation and available source of funding, clear in purpose and intent, is consistent with the power set out in the Lake Babbing Nation Chief and Council policy, not in conflict with other draft resolutions submitted, no longer than 2 pages long. So that's a resolution form. The procedure, in the event the following shall occur, initiator will need to inform resolution committee, which is the table I told you about. Upon approval, resolution will be presented to the members of the assembly. The chairperson will then request for a mover and a seconder to be present. Discussion on resolutions, if any additions or deletions to the resolution, the chair to confirm with the mover and seconder for the agreement. The resolution will be presented in final form for a vote by the chair, vote by both Julian and I. 2 runners will count by show of hands for an approval, denial, or abstention of the resolution. If decision is to table the resolution, the chair will announce that it is tabled until the next AGA. Resolutions cannot be specific individuals or personnel issues. Resolutions cannot contravene LBN's funding agreements. And resolutions cannot contravene federal and or. I heard that phone. See, it stops me from continuing, and when presenters are up here, the phone kind of distracts. So I have to. All right, I settled down. Oh yeah, the other thing, if you want to watch your TikTok videos, the police step outside too. I did ask the police officers to come, okay? You guys got that? If anybody's watching TikTok, they're over here beside Emmanuel. So resolutions cannot contravene federal and or provincial labor laws and human rights. So that's the resolution procedure. And if you have any other questions, please go see Rosa and Priscilla. Okay, good. There's a couple of things, there are a couple of raffles and we're asking for the raffles to happen only at break times. One is an elders raffle. Paul is selling, I think, and Francis. I think there's a $3,000 and Lena, $2,000 with all cash prizes, 3 prizes, $20 a ticket. Martina is raffling off this beautiful bear hide up here. And she's only selling 52 cards. Martina, can you put your hand up? There she is. She's selling them for $25. Oh my gosh, can you imagine winning a bear hide for 25 bucks? So please see Martina, and she has beautiful moccasins for sale too. So, and I think there's other people, Lake Bevy members here that have beautiful work that are selling. So please go see them. Just looking through my notes quickly. Just a reminder, we did have a lot, I see our chief and counselor here. I see Misty is here. I see Bernard is here. And we will introduce Penny here after chief's update. So you'll see all our directors are here. Diane is here as health director. If you have any questions around finances, any questions around health, and anything around the foundation agreement, the chief and council, they're all here. Like we said earlier, that we want to stay focused on our agenda. And just to let everybody know, we will have a time limit on questions. Because we have such a full agenda, we want to get through all the information, but we want to give time for questions and answers if we can. But we have all the chief and council here. If you have any questions regarding that, to see them at break time. Okay, and I think that's everybody that I remember. Signs. Oh, that's good. What does, okay, for you non-speaking members, what does signs in mean? Hey, I said non-speaking members. Let's try it again. What does Sopiston mean?
How are you doing?
Sopiston.
Are you okay?
I am doing good. Sopiston. Okay, I guess I have to do language course for you guys. So my first question was signs in. And then I said Sopiston. See the difference? You see that? Say ma. Ma. I don't say Sunye. Did I say it right? Dorothy's not here? Sunye. Because I did a lot of work in Prince George and I always said Sunya. And man, I got in trouble. It's not like that. Yeah, so. Any other, what does Messiah mean? Non-speaking members. Thank you, Messiah. Good. Wait, we're gonna get a little tougher, okay? We're gonna get a bit tougher. Jordan Zai. Cheaters. I saw Kevin saying, giving you guys an innocent. That's Hades, yeah. What does Hades mean? Does anybody know? Liar. I do bingo game and we have Hades as one of my things and we call it dramatic. Is that true? You guys are dramatic. Some of these daytime TV shows are hot as. It's dramatic. It's dramatic. Those Hallmark movies, they're hot as. Hot as. What does hot as say? One thing's a TV. We won't share that one, right? We're just trying to warm you up because Will was talking to you in Carrier and he said that especially those online, we can't even test you online. Hey, you can't even give us an answer. You guys are hot as to be online. Just kidding. Okay, good. I think we're gonna move forward with our, before we ask Penny to come up and introduce herself. I would like to ask Chief to come back up and do his chief update. Chief, well,
Can I ask the staff sergeant, Josh Smith, to come up, please?
Hi there, everyone. My name is Josh Smith. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a big Maple Leafs fan. I was expecting a big cheer, but we are used to disappointment, so that's okay. I'm also a wrestling coach at the high school. Anyone has any freestyle wrestling experience, I'd encourage you to come to the high school and volunteer as wrestling coach. I'd be happy to mentor other coaches to keep this program going for many years. Also, RCMP, we're always hiring. We're looking for regular members. We're also looking for clerical staff that are detachment as well as guards. So if anyone's interested in that, drop off resumes at the detachment. All right, I have a unique opportunity today for a unique privilege of presenting a recognition certificate to Lake Bavine Nation. So I have here a district officer certificate of appreciation. I'm just going to read it out for everyone. This is a certificate of appreciation presented to the Lake Bavine Nation. Lake Bavine Nation is officially being acknowledged for outstanding contributions to the search for missing 6-year-old Oakland Schwetter in South Bank, British Columbia. On September 19th, 2024, the Burns Lake RCMP was notified of 6-year-old Oakland Schwetter missing from her residence near Unca Bend, Ansha Lake. Oakland is on the autism spectrum and is nonverbal, requiring further resources during the search efforts. Lake Bavine Nation immediately responded as a community to help find Oakland. The search for Oakland quickly mobilized over 800 people, resulting in one of the largest searches in northern BC history. Lake Bavine Nation members contributed to the search effort, providing food and emotional support for Skintai Nation during their time in need. Lake Bavine Nation's dedication to the search efforts showed tremendous commitment to a continued mutual beneficial partnership with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And I'd like to present this to Chief Will Patrick. Well, so.
Go, Haps, go.
Besides Staff Sarge. Staff Sarge has been in the detachment within the past year, right? And the other officer across the Staff Sarge is Constable Nanji, Khalil Nanji. He set up. He has been assigned to the Lake Valley Nation for the RCMP. But now he's going to be transferred to Bellapula or Bella. To Bella. So there will be another officer that will take his place very soon, or he's here already. Because I met a couple of them. Oh, there he is.
Yes, then he and another part.
Thank you. So he will be a familiar place on the Wyoming Reserve. So, welcome. The attend, I'm a bit that's what listen June was on game. Shit. Oops. Freudian slip. June was on that Jane. I'd like to know something safer. But then what listen at the end, well that's end date, not today's meeting. To ladies and gentlemen, we've been elected in June. And just want to give you a brief update of what we have done since June. One of the things that we're still struggling with is the communication areas. We will be ramping up that areas so that, you know, when I was, for this instance, and when I was in Vancouver over the weekend with the Vancouver members, one of the big things was how the information from Lake Baby goes to outlying communities. So we need to work on that. And one of the things we've done here at the office, when many of the calls were not coming through, that was because there was only one line available. So we added more lines to it and we're continually fixing the system. So the office will be more responsive to the members. And one of the things that we found at the office was there was a program that was blocking members from calling. I want to say to the members that you know could not contact the office because they were blocked. I'm very sorry that has happened. We removed the majority of that program that somebody installed, but seems like there's still some people that still can't get in contact with the office because of this blocking thing. So we're working on it. We were with Tech North when we were doing all our internet and computer stuff. We moved away from them so we can do things on our own. Gina West, who's an employee of Lake Valley in the natural resources section, she will also be working as a computer technician for Lake Valley. At the meantime, we are using Harrison County Family Services tech team to help us to make sure that, you know, we do the work that needs to be done at the nation level. So just give Gina some leeway because she's learning what she knows the system. It's just that she's learning better ways of communicating with the members. One of the things that we also did was to eliminate a clause that staff had to sign and members of the committee was a non-disclosure agreements, meaning that whatever they heard or found out that they cannot give that information out to members. We eliminated that because the information to members should be free flowing and make sure that the members know what is going on with the operations. I'll give you an example, the foundation agreement. Each member had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. We just eliminated that, make sure that whatever is in that agreement is given out to the members. And we're revamping the committees so that the committee members make sure that they go out to their respective communities and explain what is happening. And also we added, while I'm talking about the foundation agreement, is that we added hereditary chiefs as part of the negotiating team on programs like land and resources. Because in our government ways, before the federal and provincial government came to the lean and took over all our services, it was our hereditary chiefs that was our governing system. So we're putting the hereditary chiefs back in their proper place to help us, them to decide what happens to their land and resources. That is very important. That is what it should be, is that, you know, the hereditary chief should be at the table. And one of the things that we also did was each clan, we left it up to the clan of which member, which hereditary chief will represent them. We, as a chief and council, we don't get involved in that anymore. We leave it up to the clans to choose their own member. I just want to make that clear, that if the hereditary chiefs come with us, we didn't select them. They were selected by their own clan. One of the other things that we tightened the financial operations. We tightened it in a way that there has to be a budget and work plan in place before any program goes ahead. We just can't put in a program without a budget and work plan in place. You know, that's a recipe of a disaster. You know, we don't want to go into deficit anymore. We got to make sure that we have the money available for any program to move ahead. So that's what we have done. And also, we met with the provincial government a couple of weeks ago in Victoria. A couple of things that we are putting in the foundation agreement is here at Wyoming. We told the government that we want the substation, the BC Hydro substation, moved up to 2 Mile where it should have been in the first place, and take the substation land plus the right of way for the purpose of building a school for our young people in the right of way area. And where the substation is, we want to build a multiplex. If you ever go up to the Nisga'a country to Blackwell's Land, it used to be called Greenville, and they have a 2,000 seat multiplex there. That's the kind of multiplex that we want. Because this hall is way too small for our needs now. So the multiplex that we want built would be about 3 or 4 times bigger than we have here. Just to also let the members know that we are doing these changes so that, you know, we are more responsive to the members. You know, I'll give you an example. How much we spend on staff salaries and contracts. Every 2 weeks, the nation spends $300,000 on salaries and contracts. So that's a lot of money that Big Daddy pays to people that help you with the services that is provided. We also, in December, did a relief fund. We gave each member, was it 18 and over, or 15 and over, $1,000, and 15 and under, $500. We did that out of the, mainly out of the own source revenue funds, meaning that the money that we generate from the land, like forestry. I'm not sure if we will be able to do that because of, you know, that orange guy down the other side of the door. You know, he put tariffs on forestry. By the sound of it, that, you know, there'll be about 55% tariff on lumber. So that's really gonna affect everybody. And it's gonna affect our forestry department severely. So we have to be, we have to make sure that, you know, that we continue finding people like in Asia for our products. I'll be heading down to our supplier, or the people that we work with, like Hampton and West Fraser, to find a way that, you know, to keep the mills running in Smothered, and especially here. I mean, forest products. 68% of the employees at that mill is our people. And of that 68%, 80% are Lake Bateen members. So that means we have lots of members working at Bateen Forest Products. And we gotta make sure that, you know, they continue operating. That's gonna be a big challenge. Our fisheries program, there will be an update on it, but I will say our fisheries program will have a brighter future because we're partnering with the Weston family group, Galen Weston, and that's the superstore and all the stores that back east. Some of them are, I can't remember the names of those stores back east, but there's a Weston family group. We will be selling our salmon through that and still continue selling our the guts of the salmon to Japan, Korea, because they seem to like that. So we're continuing our services to the members. And I just, before I stop, I just want to let the members know we're still in high flu season. There's still a lot of members that get sick easily because of flu. We have one of our counselors that made her own concoction. Millie, can you stand up with your, she made that and I think she's selling it. So it's a little hard in the mouth.
Better than Buckley's.
It tastes awful, but it works. So just be careful out there. If you don't want to shake hands with other people, you don't have to. Give them a fist bump or whatever, or a nod, because the flu, according to Northern Health, is still very bad. And the pandemic is not over yet. It's still around, but that's not as bad as it was before. So just be careful out there, and please pray for all the people that are sick or suffering through any illness that they're suffering from, and for that young lady that was being told that, you know, is not doing well, Deanna Williams. So just keep her in your prayers. That's basically what I have. I just want to say that, we're doing our utmost to make sure that the members are served by the office and by our council. And we want to make sure that the services that we are providing keeps continuing, because it's going to be a rough road up ahead because of our supposed neighbor is taking on Canada, Mexico, China. I agree with that they're taking too much, but I think we're supposed to be an ally of the United States. The way Trump is doing it was, to me, it's the wrong way of doing it. But we will survive that because we have the markets that not only just deal with the United States, but we will be branching out to others. By saying that Prince Rupert Gas Transmission, they had a proposal to put a pipeline through our territory and go through Port Baleen. We did not renew that contract, so they will be coming back us with the Nishka people. But in any event, if we ever talk to them, their chiefs will be with us in discussion if we move ahead or not. So anything to do with the land resources, we gotta make sure that our true caretakers are involved in that discussion. So Masaicho, and there'll be more coming down the way, because we are all working for Lake Baleen, and we have all to make sure that the services that we do is for Lake Baleen. So let's have a good AGA and continue on this process. Masaicho.
Okay, thank you, Chief. We do have time for 2 questions. Remember, we're keeping it to 3 minutes. So 2 questions is 6 minutes and gives Chief some time to respond. So I have Emma first and then Garnet. Those are the 2 questions we'll have for Chief. Steve is coming with Mike. He's our runner, he's the young guy.
Yes. Someone called me older.
So Emma, 3 minutes, we'll start now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm a part of the governance advisory team. I'm wondering when we're going to give about the response. Is it up to you, or who decides on that advisory team? Because deadline February, or I know there was a deadline.
For any of the committees, if you want to, thank you for the question, Emma. If anybody wants to be part of any of the committees, make sure that you put your name forward. Can Debbie West and Bessie West stand up? They're the ones that are taking the names of the people. And they will present the names to the council, and the council will decide who sits on those committees.
I was concerned because our governance is very important. Because I know there's foundation payment, and I want to know when we are going to hear who's going to be on the advisory team. Thank you.
Make sure that your names are forward to the 2 people that I mentioned, so that, we really want to get all these committees back up and running. And by saying that, we're also having HR committee, which will screen potential employees. No longer somebody's just going to be appointed to be an employee of Lake Backmead, they have to be screened by the committee first before they ever get, if they get hired.
Good, thank you, Emma, thank you, Chief. Fred, I said Garnet, sorry, Fred's our next person, and then we'll cut off the question and answer. But we do have you on the list, BJ, for the next one.
Hello, Chief, I don't want to dirty the water, but I just want to say hi to the leaders, I'm on a healing journey, and it's been, quite a struggle, but, I do hear lots of potentials in the business of LBN, and I'm hoping that, we as Fort Bagging get a chance in decision-making efforts, that we will be part of our own decision-making rather than decision made for us. All these years, decisions were made for us, and that just doesn't ring the bell for us. We know what we want, we know what we suffer with, we know what we need, we know what's at stake, so you know, we need to get together and really push some good people with good hearts into some position. Good hearts, people are hard to find. So I'm hoping and praying that Fort Bagging will be given a chance this time around. Thank you, Chief.
Great question, Fred. Just to add on to Emma's question about governance. What you're talking about, Fred, is very, very important. That each community, like Fort Backmead, Patchett, and here at Wyoming, and the outlying communities of Donald's Landing and Beaufort. At some point down the road, each community should be basically on their own, but still part of the Lake Backmead Nation. We need to have each community have their own council so that they can make decisions for their own communities. That's the type of governance I think we should strive for. We need to get more input from the membership so that we can make that happen. I'd like to see a day when each community, like Fort Backmead and Patchett, have their own chief and council, but under the umbrella of Lake Backmead. So that's the trick of how you make that happen. And that's the discussion we really need to have, not here, but if we're talking about Fort Backmead, it should be done in Fort Backmead. If it's done in Patchett, we should talk about it in Patchett. Basically. So let's keep in touch and make sure that these committees, especially the governance that Emma has been talking about, make sure that if you want changes, that, and there's a few other committees that we really need people in. Housing is another. I don't want to stir the hornet's nest on this one, but I know that that's the part where I talked about better communication. Last week, I guess, there was a notice sent out. Basically, that notice is just to let you know how much you owe in housing. It's not that you're going to be evicted or anything like that. So I just want to let people know that, you know, if people are saying that they're getting a notice to be evicted, that's not true. It's just saying how much you owe for the rental of the house. So these are the type of things that we really need to have proper discussion and proper communication, and we're going to make sure that that happens. So the site show, right? I'm glad to see you here. I was worried about you a couple of times. But you're a good man. Sorry.
Thank you, Chief. They took short periods, so we could do two more questions. if that's okay. One more question, and I have one recommendation, but if BJ, you take too long, then the next person is gonna be affected. So your 3 minutes is gonna start right now.
Besides, size very. At neighbors in the counselor, June, because I have the same chief and council for the CG update. They just got in June. There's a lot of people know there was a lot of mess in there before they got in. And there's lots of things that they're clearing up. OPAC was saying that what they sign and what they're not supposed to say in meetings, and they serve the members, and when they have meetings, they say, oh, don't put this out there in public. You put a stop to that so everybody can know what's going on. Thank you for that, Chief. And another thing is, about a week and a half ago, they brought us to Victoria as a hereditary chief representative. I went there as my caribou clan house, Janai house of many eyes, and I really enjoyed the trip there. And I really listened, and I asked questions that were important. I'd like to see more involvement with a government meeting with a chief and council person being up there or being a hereditary chief. You gotta fully understand what they're talking about and listen and learn. Dennis, what was your first name? He said that if you get distracted, you lose what you're talking about. So we have to listen and learn in meetings, not only here, but with the government. It's very important that our present and the future of our generations to come.
30 seconds.
And so I'd like to be more involved with you guys as a representative of our house of many eyes. Aside, how many more seconds?
Ten. I did hear a question about our great compliments and comments, so thank you for that, BJ. We do have one recommendation, and we'll allow it to Victor Tom. Victor, you want to put up your hand? And then we'll end it there.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a recommendation. Just looking at the agenda. And one of the things that we always run into with the AGAs is that the people that are doing around the presentation take as much time as they want. And they always limit the time that LBN members actually have to be able to ask questions about it. The agenda says that tomorrow afternoon and all day Friday is allocated for resolutions. A lot of them is going to take the resolutions that are going to be written up are most likely going to be in private, and then after it will be presented. My recommendation is extend the time for the people to ask the questions that they need to ask. Limit the time for the people that are doing the presentations so that the LBN members can actually ask the questions that they really need to. Because with the restricted time allocated for the membership, there is actually only a one-way communication where the presenter tells them everything that's happening and they don't get the membership don't get a chance to ask the questions that need to be asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. If you want to respond, that was more of a recommendation, Will.
It's more of a recommendation. I think it's important that we give out proper information. If we don't do that, you know, it's just gonna be haywire all over. Because people can start making rumors, making things up as long as we go. So it's important that, you know, that we do a proper reporting system to members. And that's why I always go back to the committees. You know, a lot of the questions or policies that want to move ahead could be done in the committees. So that, you know, and disseminate it to the members. You know, that's the proper way of doing business, rather than just firing questions left and right at the AGA. So I'm just making it also, I agree with your recommendation, but I want to add to it so that people that have more chance and better chance to ask questions or make good recommendations. That's right.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Will. Chief Will Phantom. Thank you, and he'll be here for the rest of the week. If you have any other questions for him or the council are gonna be here. So thank you, Chief. I'll pass the mic over to the co-chair Julian, and he'll introduce the next people.
Thank you, Darcy, and thank you, Chief, and thank you for everybody's questions and recommendations. All right, so moving right along, we're gonna call our Chief Executive Officer for an introduction. That's gonna be Penny Perlotto, and we also have coming to the stage, I believe, Councilor Debbie West, and our CEO, Misty Packett, and our COO, Bernard Patrick.
Good morning, everybody. My name is. We know you. My name is Debbie West. I'm the Wyoming Council. My portfolio is finance and admin. So I just wanted to introduce the executive team. We have Bernard Patrick, who's the COO, Mr. Paquette is the CFO, and we just wanted to come up here to be with Penny because she just started as the new CEO. And I just wanted to explain that we already did our presentation the last round. But so this is more like an introduction for Penny as the new CEO. And she does have ties with Lake Nation. Her family is from this community. So just wanted to say welcome, and here's Penny Perlotto, the new CEO. Members of LBN and all surrounding nations. I would like to acknowledge the unceded territory of the LBN that we are on. As Debbie said, I do have ties with LBN. LBN is my paternal band. Some of you might know my late dad, Russell Tiljo, and my late grandmother, Connie Tiljo, who were really, my grandma was really active with LBN, and my dad spoke very highly of LBN, and his chief name was Lactillier. And we lost him a couple of years ago, and I know that there was some of you that were at the funeral, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. And yeah, I am a little bit about me. I'm Wet'suwet'en.
I'm from the Middle Tech Plan in Woodsett. I grew up in Houston and I used to come here a lot because my grandma used to take me under her wing. And we used to come and visit bedside and Margaret and yeah, and we spent a lot of time here visiting Annette. Where are you? Oh, there you are. And so yeah, my grandma used to always have me under her wing. So I used to be right by her side coming to visit here. And they loved Pendleton Bay. I know some of you might know my sister, Noreen Tiljo, as well. And my sister, Marion Tiljo, she used to be the barber here. So some of you might recognize her name. Seems like everybody knows her. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about my education background and what I bring to LBN. I finished my first year of the Master's of Business Administration, and I'm just working on my second year through UNBC. That's a 2-year program, and I've also taken the Indigenous Governance program that was through UVic. So a lot of that teaching is coming back to me while I'm in this position as the CEO for Lake Valley. I'm very happy to be here, and I am really gonna continue to work hard for the nation and try to bring my education and knowledge to the table for the best of the LBN and honoring my dad and my grandmother as part of LBN. Yeah, I will bring to the table that I'm quite responsive and will be working toward health and performance in the community and implementing the strategic planning that has been done, and also recognizing all the incredible work that has been done with the foundation. This is I just finished my 4th week, so I'm still a newbie, but I do take care of lake lands and resources, natural resources, fisheries department, the genealogy, and child and family. So yeah, I'd like to thank you for your warm welcome, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Misty, you didn't want to say anything? Just Yeah, Carrier, good, thank you, and welcome Penny, thank you, yes.
Yes, Penny.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. We do have time for one question for Penny. Noah? No? Be nice to her, that's what she said. Well, in the meantime, I want to really thank our interim Chief Executive Officer, Marilyn Joseph Williams, who did an amazing job until Penny joined us. So I just want to acknowledge Marilyn, she's in the corner there, so thank you. Good, okay, I think we can go on a break then. Penny, they let you off easy. We'll start again at 10:45. I'll ask Julie and CSFS and the family, the child and family people, Dolores and Bernard, to be ready for 10:45. Besides.
Excuse me? How come you didn't have me over there when I'm looking away and I want to question? Not on, not for Curtis County, because I'm a staff there. We came with door prizes, and so we don't have room in the corner back there to put it up. To put it up, so we're gonna put it below the screen there, that's fine. Yeah, they can come and see us for the little tickets, they can come see us in the corner.
There's refreshments up here, top of the line catering has putting it out. The second.
Yeah. You got 6 feet of cable there, so I always put extra just in case. So what do you wanna, I'm not touching it.
That better or no?
That's going right through the glass, so we can move the T.
No?
It's got a delay, quite a delay, eh?
Yeah, it does. I
That's
just
way
moved it.
behind.
Okay, so they're gonna connect us to the Starlink.
Would it be better to put this over here? I don't know. I'm watching it up there, so.
Oh, it is delayed. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's got like a 10-second delay.
I'm just trying to- Would it be better, like, move that monitor and start it, and then just update it? That is better, like having it higher. Yeah. Hide mine. So I can move it to you guys. We've gone through, there's a delay. Yep. Yeah, once they get going bring up the Charlie. Somebody bump that.
Yeah, then, so I. Yeah, yeah, just say what.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's. Oh, I'm trying to.
I was standing there talking.
5 minutes, we'll start in 5 minutes.
I need a soft cloth for this. Hopefully that helps. If not, I'll grab a soft cloth for it. Mike looking right at it.
Oh, yeah. It's only one they wore live on, right? No, no, not anyone.
start again in 1 minute. When I drum like that, you're supposed to go quiet. You guys kept talking there. Okay. We're just setting up somebody's gonna do a presentation on Zoom, virtually, with our next presentation. So in the meantime, I'm going to give you an update around, more door prizes. Carriers Candy Family Services are here. There's lots of food, so please help yourself. There's lots of food. There was an ask that we do, if everybody who prayed to give extra prayers to Benna Rathburn. Benna was sent to the hospital today. I'm not sure her condition, but we just asked for prayers for Benna. Benna Rathburn from Carriers Candy Family Services. So with CSFS, Annette is in the corner. Annette, can you give me a wave? Annette is doing door prizes and the staff from CSFS. They are doing 2 today. You have to go see her. You have to put your name in, and it's only for Lake Babine members. Lake Babine staff and council are not eligible. So there's gonna be 2 prizes today. There, Bernard, can you be my banner? Bernard, if you see Bernard, there's 2 beautiful stuff for fishing. 2 draws today for fishing gear. Please go see Annette at break or lunchtime. Not right, hey, we're starting now. Get that line up out of there. Wait a minute. Delete. Now we're gonna wait for you and then. Tomorrow they're giving away a kitchen set or something. And then there's lots on Friday, so please sign up with CSFS in the corner. At break, our break is over, so please. Thank you. Okay, another, what do you call it? Language. I have another language question. For you non-Lake Babine speaking members, does anybody know what Masti means? Masti. Hey, I said non-speaking. Owl. So this thing we just bought is called an owl, Masti. So whoever is talking, the camera turns to the person talking. Okay, so people online are watching all our moves. It's watching all of you and it's watching me. But if you talk, it goes to you. So that's why they call it a Masti, an owl. It's a beautiful thing. So there's a camera right on top and they can hear us really clearly. The rest is a microphone. Just wanted to explain, that's where the camera is.
Hello?
That's where it is, okay? And for those online. In saying that, a reminder, as you guys, I don't know if you know, I play in a hockey league in Prince George and they gave me some tickets they want to raffle off. So if anybody wants tickets to come see me at lunch, they're $5 a ticket. And there's 4 NHL authentic jerseys. One is Connor McDavid. One is a PK Subban. And one is a Patrick Waugh. And the last one, Constable, is an Austin Matthews one, okay? So 4 jerseys. There's 4 draws for 1 jersey each. They had JT Miller Canuck one, but he got traded. So So in saying that, we are gonna go straight to our next presentation. I'm gonna ask our child and family team, Counselor Dolores Alec, COO Bernard Patrick, and Carriers County Family Services Julie Dong will come up. And I think we have somebody online also. I hope that he's ready too, so I'm gonna ask Bernard, Julie, and Dolores to come up, please. COO.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Music, music, music. Catch up counselor, the Lord Son. A family and child portfolio discount. Since I got in June, we've been running with cases. Cases are unbelievable. The examination, we have outgrown ourselves. We are right now looking and taking resumes because there's just too many cases that we need some social workers to take the cases over. The family child has done tremendous work. And I have been working with Mike Bullock, Joey Conlon, and Chief and Council to try to alleviate the stress that's happening with the family and child. I just want to introduce myself and then have this CSFS lady give an update to Messiah.
Secondly. Que honest that stuff is not I wanted to acknowledge the prevention staff first. Karina, Tom, Fern, Abraham, Yvette here, and Lisa Mercer. And Carriers County is here to do a presentation. I wanted to introduce Julie Dong. And then following Julie will be Lincoln Halger, who should be jumping on. Okay, we're just waiting for Lincoln to jump on.
Adi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
And can you see me? Howdy, Denise, Zakozde. My name is Lincoln Hallgren. I'm in-house counsel with Carriers County Family Services, and I'm joining you today from from Peguis First Nation. I can hear you. Yep.
There's gonna be.
My name is Lincoln Hallgren. I'm in-house counsel with Carriers County Family Services, and I'm joining you today from Peguis First Nation. I can hear you. Yep. It seems there's a delay. First of all, let me see. Um, I'll just go. Sorry about that. So I'd like to start by acknowledging our hereditary chiefs, our elected officials, and the leadership of Lake Babine, as well as our elders and all you community members joining today. We are very thankful for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we've had a strong relationship between County and Lake Babine.
Our hereditary chiefs, our elected officials, and
Many years. Sorry, there's just a delay in my record or in my audio.
as well as our elders and all the community members joining today. We're very thankful for the opportunity.
To cover the child and family services, there was an agreement signed between County Family Services and Lake Babine Nation shortly after the election. It focuses on two streams, the current delegated services and the future delegated services that will be done under the scope of the Carrier Way for our child and family services, and in collaboration with community values and our tradition. Currently, County provides a C3 and C4 service, as well as family support services under a memorandum of understanding. Child protection services have not been provided because there has been funding constraints. However, there's new federal funding that will allow us to expand. County is also committed to hiring a County worker that's dedicated to Lake Babine Nation. And this position will ensure appropriate oversight and strengthen culturally appropriate practices and reduce legal risks and support LBN's family support workers. We will also be striking up a child and family wellness committee that will be created with nation members to make decisions around child well-being. Essential care for planning and wellness activities, and eligible members will receive compensation for participation. So please be on the lookout for the call for the committee. The next steps will be meeting with the Lake Babine Nation executive team and develop a Lake Babine Nation service plan, delivery plan. We're just currently awaiting a band council resolution approval to move forward with child protection services. Now, in the future, we are transitioning to C6 level of child protection, and we will be supporting LBN in developing and implementing your own child and family services. It'll be a gradual approach as CSFS has 11 member nations, and each member nation will assume authority at their own pace. We are currently in the legislation development, which is rooted in cultural values, Balat's principles, and modern governance. The work is being synthesized aligned with child and family services. Pardon me, I seem to be allergic to the prairies, so my nose is acting up. And the next steps will be collaborating with LBN's leadership to align with LBN's work with the broad plan and discussion for future agreements and deliverables. Further, a health services update. Tachik Lake Healing Center has been a part of our vision and history. The vision dates back over 30 years. CSFS has been advocating for better services in northern BC as we are currently dealing with the opioid crisis and alcohol issues. It is driven by the critical need to face the opioid crisis and help our members become healthy again. And CSFS is experiencing cultural healing and addictions recovery, as we've been assisting in addictions and recovery since 1995 at Ormond Lakes on Natalie Waten's unceded territory. And there's a growing need for a year-round holistic healing center. So that is the purpose of Tachik Lake. It will greatly expand support for those struggling with addiction for all of our members across British Columbia. It is a comprehensive approach with detox services, cultural and Western treatment models, and aftercare. It is located on the traditional lands of the Sycas First Nation, where groundbreaking took place in June of 2023 on the shores of Tachik Lake. It is an event that was testament to our ancestral vision and dedicated to the community effort to create a beacon of hope and a catalyst for positive change. Currently, construction is ongoing, and it'll include medical detox facilities, residential accommodations, and land-based healing spaces like greenhouses, gardens, smokehouses, etc. And we continue to progress towards the opening, and future updates will be shared when we have an opening date. And of course, an invitation for our opening of Tachik Lake. There is a lot of work to be done ahead, and we acknowledge that. We know it won't be easy, but together we will make sure that everything is done in a good traditional way and that we can protect our children as they are our number one resource. And we have a we are committed to supporting Lake Babine Nation and strengthening their child and family services. And I would like to end with appreciation for your trust and your continued collaboration with CARES County Family Services as we expand into further child protection to keep our children safe and in our communities. And with that, I would like to pass the baton to my wonderful colleague, the Executive of Justice, Ms. Julie Dom.
So one of the agreements going forward is a delegated social worker position for LBN. And so this position will ensure that there is appropriate oversight. It'll strengthen culturally appropriate practice, reduce legal risks, and support late nation's family support workers. The other part of the agreement is a child and family wellness committee, and it was created with nation members to make decisions around child well-being, essential for care planning and wellness activities, and eligible members will receive compensation for participation. The next step is for County Family Services to meet with the Lake Valley Nation executive team to develop a Lake Valley service delivery plan. And we are waiting a PCR approval to move forward with child protection services.
So Julie, just to let Petra or Steve know, we're getting messages, nobody can hear Julie on Zoom or online. You fix it? Okay, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So the long-term goal is to support Lake Valley in developing and implementing its own child and family services, but it'll be a graduated approach with each nation assuming authority at their own pace. So right now we're working, as Lincoln said, on the legislation, which is rooted in the cultural values, badass principles, and modern governance, and that's being synthesized to align with child and family services. The next step is collaborating with leadership to align LBN's work with the broader plan and to discuss funding agreements and deliverables. On the health side, we wanted to update you about the Patrick Lake Healing Center update. And that has been a long-term vision of over 30 years from CSFS. And it's certainly come at a timely time when we have the opioid crisis affecting Indigenous communities. So the Patrick Lake will provide cultural healing and addiction recovery services at Patrick Lake, continuing on the work from One Lake. And since there's been a growing need for year-round holistic healing, that is why we're working on that on the Patrick Lake. So we broke ground in 2023, and this service will greatly expand support for those struggling with addiction across BC. So people won't have to travel to the lower mainland anymore. So there will be a comprehensive approach to detox services, cultural and Western treatment modalities, and aftercare. It is located on the traditional lands of the Sikas First Nation. So construction is ongoing, and it includes residential accommodations, detox facilities, land-based healing spaces, so gardens, greenhouses, smokehouse, an outdoor kitchen, and a multi-purpose workshop for carving or yoga. Is anybody here do yoga? And the continuing progress towards opening. Future updates will show. We've had some delays in construction, which is why I think it was supposed to be open now, but we're working diligently to make that a reality. So that was an overview of what Lincoln shared with you. As for my part, we'll talk a little bit about what we talk about when we're moving towards the nations taking control of their own child welfare is that we're talking about jurisdiction, which is like a fancy sort of legal word rooted in Latin, but it really is the right to make decisions. So before there was an Indian Act, before there was non-Indigenous people in this area, we took care of ourselves, we took care of our own. And we've always had the ability to make decisions. What Mary will say is we never had the resources to make that happen. So really, this is just not anything new, but it's going back to the times when families and communities made their own decisions about the children in their communities. And so we're working on developing a county child and family well-being law that will serve as a framework for nation-specific child and family services. So what's important to know about that is that what we're working on is sort of going to be a general broad law, and each nation will be able to make it specific to their own nation. So once our law is enacted, a transition phase will occur to transfer legal authority over children and family matters from the province to Lake Valley Nation. So now we are presented with this opportunity to have a legal pathway to, take control of our own decisions around children and families. So, Warner and Mary and other people who have been in the agency for a long time will tell you that this was always the vision. It's always been the plan, and that Harrison County Family Services, like MCFT, will fade into the background and just be providing education and resources for communities to do that. We're not there yet, but we're taking those big steps right now that are going to get us there. And one of those major stepping stones is the C6, which is a major stepping stone, and that will be under provincial laws, but we can practice our way. We can practice the C6 our own way. We don't have to do it the way that NCAP is doing it. So that's part of what we're working hard now on the plans of for. So I just want to, repeat what Lincoln said, just because of the difficulty in transmission, and talk to you about jurisdiction. I want to, we do have these wonderful door prizes, which you'll have to go see the team in the back corner there. You can see them. We have a question for you to answer, and this will help us in terms of providing relations and services. But if the team can wave, we've got a few people, Annette and Beth and Taylor and Rodney from Harrison County Family Services, come say hi and enter our draws. We also have, and I thought I brought it with me, but a Healing Hands booklet. And so it's a little, the communications team has worked really hard at understanding that every community needs specific information about its own community. So Beth is holding up a copy, and that is a summary of all the services that are available to Lake Battling Nations, and actually about your satisfaction and knowledge with them. So it's a helpful little booklet. Please visit the team back there and enter to win our draws. So I think, and I'll just. I know lots of you, because I used to work at the College of New Caledonia in Birds Lake back in the mid-2000s for a while. And I've only been with Harrison County Family Services for about 2.5 years. But previous to that, I've spent about 18 years doing child protection and community mediations all over this province, mostly in the Northwest here from Prince George to Prince Rupert. But so I'm super happy to be in this job as Executive Director of Justice. One of the things that we're working at is reviving and revitalizing our collaborative practice department. And so I know that Dolores said that she's taking resumes for social workers. I wouldn't dare coach anybody she's trying to hire, but if we are looking for collaborative practice facilitators in the communities. And so if somebody you know has the skills or the interest or the personality to do that, I really want to hear from you, because we're going to start recruiting and building a training for that. So thank you. And I think that's all I have for today. So questions? Also a caveat, because I don't work in Child and Family Services or the legal team, I may not know the answers to the questions you have, but what we can do is get your name and contact information through communications, and we'll make sure that the question goes to the right people and we can get answers for you.
Good, thank you. Victor, Tom was our first person, and then we have Mindy, Alec, George, Ernie, and then Emma. Remember, 3 minutes, we'll start the timer right away.
That's plenty. We're talking about the jurisdiction of Child Family Services based for Lake Battling Nation here. And that came out of a court case that happened in 2019, where Indigenous communities are to be able to start taking over their own jurisdiction over Child Family Services. You look at the jurisdiction for Lake Battling Nation, it's a federal jurisdiction. You look at the jurisdiction of Harrison County Child Family Services, that's a provincial jurisdiction. The agreement with the Child Family Services for CSFS is with the Minister of Child Family Services of BC. It's a provincial organization. If you put a law in, which is for Carriers County Family Services, that's gonna be a provincial law. And provincial laws jurisdiction don't have, they're not allowed to be on federal lands. There's a couple of things you need to do. One of them is that you need to change the corporate structure of Carriers County Family Services into a federally incorporated nonprofit agency. And also you need to get away from the agreement with the Minister of Family Child Services. Because when CSFS and any other Indigenous community family services started up, a lot of them are going to the community stating that you guys are going to be taking over your own jurisdiction over the kids. But with the agreement to the Minister of Family Child Services with BC, those agencies actually have more of a fiduciary duty to the Minister of the province than they do to the communities. And now what we're doing is we're looking at giving our jurisdictional rights to a provincial agency. One minute. So that's not actually gonna give Lake Bagging Nation their own jurisdiction. In order for it to be Lake Bagging jurisdiction, it has to be Lake Bagging laws with Lake Bagging having jurisdiction over that. It cannot be created by a provincial agency that has an agreement and that has more of a fiduciary duty to the Minister of Child Family Services in BC. This has to be whatever we create here has to have an LBN specific laws and also jurisdiction. And the fiduciary duty, it cannot be given to a provincial organization. So we need to make sure that LBN keeps their jurisdiction on child family. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll just, I agree that the current MCFD is provincial, and section 92, that law you're talking about that was passed in 2020 is section 92. It's a federal enabling act. It has a really long name, and so we usually just call it section 92. It's a federal enabling act. And so it actually will, you're right that right now, Carriers County Family Services gets any of its jurisdiction through a delegation model from MCFD, from the provincial government. But section 92 will be a federal. And so we won't, as Carriers County Family Services, we won't hold the jurisdiction, the nations will. And so what we're working on is a collaboration where we provide the expertise, all of the services that Carriers County Family Services has worked at building over the last 30 years, but it will be LBN nation making decisions about LBN children. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Just quickly, very brief.
I want to thank you for bringing up section 92 of the Constitution, because of the fact that the difference between section 91 and section 92 is that section 91 gives authority to the federal government. Section 92 gives authority to the provincial government. The whole process of assimilation that's been going on for the last couple of hundred years is that they wanted to migrate the Indigenous people from section 91-24 to section 92. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to avoid here. Is what we're going to do is when we go to a section 92 law, is that we're accepting the assimilation process that's been in place for over 200 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. So we'll pass the mic over to Millie, and then we'll go to Cynthia.
and then Emma. Next question, who do we send the resume to, Julie?
To HR and just put, so HR@csfs.org, and just put in the subject line, facilitator for justice team.
Okay. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Julie. We'll go to Cynthia. And then we'll go to Emma.
I just wanted to talk about awareness of the young lady that was down in Arizona. If you guys are having problems or getting people for your cases, how you can have the people to keep an eye on the kids in those places. Flight risk and all that, and what happened to that little girl, it was just heartbreaking. And I'm scared for our people to go in those homes.
Thank you for that. That is that Emily Pike you're talking about. Yeah, it's extremely disturbing. And that is exactly why Garrison County Family Services wants it to help nations take control of their own jurisdiction, so that families will know where their children are. Communities will decide where is a safe place for a child. And if you don't know if that's a safe place, then we're not gonna send our kids there, right? And so really, you know, it hits me on all sorts of levels in terms of, I also am in charge of the Northern Coast Indigenous Women and Calls for Justice program at Garrison County Family Services. And we know that kids in care, especially women and LGBTQ plus people, are far more at risk, especially if they have been part of the child welfare system. And this is actually all of our worst nightmares, and something that we work very hard to make sure that there are no gaps in between the services, so that there won't be anybody who falls through, and there won't be anybody who ends up like that. Like, that is honestly our worst nightmare. I think the thing that keeps us up at night is how are we gonna make sure that there's no gaps in between the current service and what we want to do in the future, making sure that families stay connected with their communities. Kids in care need their communities more than anybody else.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Julie. We'll move to Emma Palmatier and then Irene Alec after Emma.
Just quickly, can you hear me?
To ask Lake Webby, I guess, sorry, Warner and Mary are not here, but back in 2017, I did work on grandma's house, and I got funding from BC Housing for a new facility for children age out of safety and families at risk. I know this was really good with kids and family, and I know there was supposed to be a community meeting that got postponed, and I just want to know if that stuff will go ahead, and I want to still be part of that. So it's like.
Thank you, Emma. That is something I don't know the answer to right now, but I will definitely put that to the executive of Child and Family Services, and they all do send their regrets. I'm sorry, I should have started with that. I was Warner really wanted to be here, as well as Lincoln and Mary, and this opportunity to meet with Pegasus, which is a nation in Manitoba that is currently going through what we're starting, was really important. So I know that they send their regrets, and we will make a note of that question and get back to you on that. And I just wanted to go back to that discussion a little bit that Victor and I were having about S92. And the one thing that should comfort you is that the people who, under section 92, the people who can have the jurisdiction and make their own laws and follow their own laws are section 35 rights holders. And so Garrison County Family Services is not a section 35 rights holder, but Lake Valley Nation is. Wet'suwet'en First Nation is, rest assured that it will not infringe upon your rights. And what we're trying to do is strengthen the services, the resources that you have to take over the jurisdiction of decision.
Can you hear me, Julie?
Of child welfare.
And we're also.
Hello, you can hear me?
I can hear
Hi,
you. Just
sorry. I think there's just a little delay. It's like the news when they go to the person and they're awkwardly sitting there nodding. So I'm trying to awkwardly nod, but correctly. So you are right, Julie. I think there was just a mistake in the numbers. So section 91 and 92 are a part of the Constitution, and they give you the rights of 35. But we're talking about. Oh, we're talking about Bill C-92.
I'm
Hello?
not sure, but you are on a delay here from
so
you,
it's coming out
so
of
it's
this,
really
right?
hard to hear you.
I don't know if you
But,
can.
are you
maybe
able
talk,
to
hold it there.
write that in an email and we can send that to those that are wanting? Or maybe we could record you somehow and we could play it at lunchtime of your response around, cause I can hear a little bit of what you're saying. And it's a wonderful explanation, but the technology here is not at its best. So if you can respond by videoing yourself and then sending it to Petra, and then we'll play it on the big screen at lunch.
Thank you. What a good solution.
Irene, your 3 minutes starts, and then we'll have Ernie after that.
Hi, my name is Debbie, and I'm speaking for the half of my family that's in the care. And we did bring the kids back home here, and all of a sudden, just before Christmas, the youth reserves grabbed them and took them back to Vancouver. And you know where they are right now? They're in a care home, I mean, not in care home, but they're in a group home in Langley. And they're only 7 years old and 8 years old kids. They're in a group home, because my little nephew phoned me from there, and I was asking, Karen to come in, for them to step in, because, I asked Nick Bobby, and they didn't do anything for me, or bringing those kids back, but we got Karen, they were the one who helped me bring those kids back. And nothing's been happening, and those kids are back down in Langley right now in the group home. And they are a bad member. And when I brought them back, the two damn family over there, the other side, Amanda's half brother took them on me. And I don't know, I've been trying to fight for them, and people were just putting me down on behalf of my nephew and my niece. Thank you.
I'm really sorry to hear that, and while it's important to protect the privacy of children, one of the things, if you want to come, I'll come back to the table and get your information and connect you, so that we can get your questions answered, or whatever assistance that you might need, we'll work on getting that.
Awesome, thank you. Ernie, your 3 minutes starts right now, and then we have Rosie, and then if we have time, we'll get to Garmin.
My name is Rose Stewart. My healthcare chicken in the Tiger Town, which means health food. And at the pork farm, and I'm one of the chief of the pork farm. So I needed to know, like back in Fortune James, where I was working. And I was coming back here to visit my grandma who was dead. So anyway, when I was here, and my baby girl Jennifer died of quick death in Fortune James. And I don't know, there's something wrong there, that why didn't the hospital in Fortune James get the ambulance to take her to Prince George? She died of quick death in Fortune James. And then we had the funeral here. And I totally forgot all about it. And here's the BC Hydro, that's her grave out. And the BC Hydro went over the boundary. And this is what we need to find out, so I can do the assessment over my daughter again. Because we've got their time. And, you know, that was very hard for me. But late Frank Michelle coming, driving off for him. And he drove me all the way back to Fort St. James and, you know. So everything was all done. So a part of that, the Brunswick, the bird, the other, right here, and Brunswick Lake. I don't know why BC Hydro went over the boundary. Because the boundary where my daughter was buried, they dug her out again. So that's just the one I'm wondering about, how do we deal with this situation? Thank you.
Thank you. I am not sure at all, but if we can connect, like get your contact information and that question and we'll bring it back to the executive and I maybe the legal team that might be able to have an answer for you. I'm sorry for that. Sorry for your loss and that disturbance of her resting site.
And Ernie, just to let you know, Judy, Charlie is taking notes and will make sure you get answers to your question too. So, Messiah. We'll go to Rosie. 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 Come on, Rosie.
I just like to know that, there's people on the reserve. Four people living in a two-bedroom. One mother and three kids. And one of them, I've been asking about housing, a house for her. To have a decent place to live where the girls can have their own space, their clothing, their whatever. And they had the furnace cut off for 2 years. 2 weeks ago, the little one got really sick. And it kept going to the next one. I really like it. RCMP is going to take over. Let them get their act together and start looking after these kids. Yeah. There's other kids that need help, that are out on the street, getting into drugs and alcohol. They really like the Child and Family Service to get together. And I'd like to be one of the members, to be in that spokesman. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. There wasn't really a question, but we're taking your recommendation. We're gonna put your name forward and we'll make sure your name is forward to that, so Messiah. We'll go to Garnet next. And then Mel, if we have time. If we have time, Mel.
Under Bruce Reconciliation, there's a court case about a couple of parents taking their man to court because the jurisdiction by this community, the child and family service is administered by the parents. The parents are the one that knows the child far better than any organization. I think yes. I understand the section 91 and 92. That I think this family child services has to be decentralized to this community housing site.
Thank you. And it is a responsibility and there is liability to making those decisions and part of that is why we're working so hard to make sure that we have enough services, enough workers to make sure that fans make decisions about children that families will agree with and that they will be on board with and everybody, that the kid will be safe. But it's a good point. I think Lincoln will probably speak to this in his address, but it was just clear to point out that it's section C 92, so it's not just section 92, it's C 92, and so, and I think he wanted to make a bit of an explanation on that, so I will leave it to him, because he is the lawyer and I am not. So, thank you.
I wonder if my
We
video
have
off if you can
one
hear me.
more question, we have Mel. Thank you. This is loud. Thank you very much. Just on that note of the treatment centers. I like that they're finally getting one done up in the northern sector of of the territories. And would like to ask if you can expand. Like whenever I talk to Herbie or any of the wellness folks, when we talk to them, we always run into situations where there's no space available all the time. And I'm really happy that the one at Tachak Lake is happening, and it'll open a lot of doors. I just want to ask CSFS, all the other nations, and Lake Valley to see if we can have one on our territory as well, to get one built here, so that more of our members can have a place to have to stay for maybe 1, 2 months, 3 months, or a year. The other note of Rose's question, I'd like to clarify some of that about the homeless sector. You know yourself that we have a lot of members, not only Lake Valley, but a lot of members from other nations within the CSFS regime. That a lot of our members are on the streets, and we are trying for the people to be housed for the homeless sector of our members, not only our members, but other memberships as well within the provincial government. Those are like the most hot topics that we've talked about with the provincial government about our homeless sector. And since we started, we've seen nights in get built, and now the Connaught Inn is turned into a homeless shelter for our people. And then we have this one down here in Burns Lake, which had a little bit of too much rules and stuff like that, but we're gonna change that. We're gonna change that the people don't sleep on the streets anymore, you know. That's the whole purpose, regardless of their background, regardless of their intake of drugs and alcohol and stuff like that, they need to be housed. They are people too. So I'm very happy that you have done this work along with CSFS to get a treatment center finally up north. We need more. I would say thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, and I agree, there's like kind of like a pipeline from kids in care to the street or else jail. And we need to interrupt that. I know that Child and Family Services last year opened housing for youth that were aging out and supportive housing in Prince George. But you're right, it needs to be in every single community, and we have to remember that housing isn't a privilege, it's a right. It's how we take care of other human beings, and it's astonishing to me when we still have people on the streets. And so, and Tachak Lake was a long time coming, it's over budget, it's behind construction, but I'm thinking that when it opens, we will probably be so flooded that we will see the need for another center in the north sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, in these days where opioid crisis is still raging across our province.
Awesome, thank you, Mel, and thank you, Julie. Dolores said something.
Things opposite. I will let Lake Valley Nation know Wyoming for Valley in touch. There's going to be a lot of questions and training that's going to be going on. We really need young people to step up Because, we need you to take care of our children too. There's a lot of kids out there that are being taken. Millie, can you stand up, please? Millie Allen George has taken on her great grandchild, that's only 7 months old, and had heart surgery. And she had to pick up the child right from the ministry too. So we are really working hard and trying to take on some cases because some ministries, we speak in our own language. Yeah, ministry is a new way, it's just a plan of laptop. Well, the new way, the plan is just the new teaching in English has a laptop. So that's our code, our language is our code when the ministry is around. They have no right on our reserves. So in the future, we're gonna band together right from Tachet, Fort Nabil, Fort you name it. We're gonna band and collect people so that they never come on this reserve again and take our children inside.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's all we have time for questions. Victor, I will ask you to come see Julie. I think you're here for a while. Yeah, Julie and CSFS, they do have door prizes, right? And I heard Julie made executive decision that Lake Babbing staff and chief and council are allowed in the draws. Yes. Yeah. That means Darcy Dennis too. I need fishing gear. Okay, we're gonna go for an early lunch. We do have a wonderful presentation right at 1 o'clock. So I know the food is not out yet, but please, maybe we'll do door prizes, no? Then, how about no?
Yeah.
How do you say no in Carrier? Okay. That was fast. We'll have door prizes before we come back at 1 o'clock, so please mingle around. Clear your table for lunch. Aside. Oh, while you guys are mingling, there are some raffles going around. Martina is raffling off this bear tie. So come see Martina, $25 per card. Paul, Francis, Lena, and the elders are doing raffle, $20 a ticket. 3 prizes. And I have a $5 raffle ticket, and you could win 1 McDavid or 1 PK Subban or 1 Patrick Waugh or 1 Austin Matthews jersey. $5 a ticket, and I only have 10 tickets. 9, I mean, I want 1. Okay, I will let Jules and I will let you know when lunch will be ready.
Darcy. When they join back, I've been there.
How many did he have left? You ran out already? Dang it. I was waiting for that lineup around me to go.
I don't have a lot of information and I don't wanna take it away, so I'm gonna ask, I believe it's Senator Dr. Michael Greenwood to come up.
Since I visited your community. I want to begin first of all by thanking the chief, the councilors, and all of you, all of the people of the community from all each award when I came in. So I think there's many of you in this room that I know, and I remember as I was driving out here, I was thinking, I can see this person, I'm gonna see that person. It was with warm memories and great fondness that I remember my visits here and I remember people of your nation. I want to thank you all for being here. I feel greatly honored and privileged to honor one of your citizens today. In May 2023, to mark the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III, the Prime Minister announced the government's intention to award coronation medals to those who make significant contributions to the country, to a province, to a territory, region, or to community, or an achievement abroad. The King Charles Coronation Medal is a way to recognize outstanding individuals of all ages and from all walks of life who have made a difference in their communities, in their province, and their territory. Our shared goal of peace and harmony for all peoples in Canada is strengthened when we collectively honor those who distinguish themselves by virtue of their talents, their generosity, and their service to their community and to the country. We are proud, I am proud, to recognize Montgomery Charles Palmetier for his contribution to his community, to the province, and to Canada. What if you would come forward, please? Montgomery Charles Palmetier has worked within the field of Indigenous education for over 4 decades. His experience includes program development and teaching that span lifelong education from 30 years to university graduate level courses. Through a lens of Western education grounded in Indigenous ways of knowing and being, his goal has always been transformative, community-based education. Montgomery Charles Palmetier, by command of the King, the Coronation Medal is hereby conferred upon you in recognition of your valuable contribution to your community, to the province, and to the country. Congratulations. From the Senate of Canada that recognizes this medal and your recognition as a investee
of the matter.
Dave, Winslow, Ben Namidi, Monty, Sat Makadins, Salkotin, Abakaya, Austin's Akadin, Jane, Napani, Jane. Education Director, Sa, in NC. How she is, there, and is captured in the pines, in Abedin. Jane Lick Babin, Messiah, the destiny, Jane, not Lerch. Abby Jane, be awesome, right? The King George medal, the lady, sorry. Then I could say with the Sacha Yesuste, the pet side. Joan Gentle. Sa Young Holiday, by Justice Department, anyway. And then, so here, you need man, so the alignment thing. Leila and Dani in Stop State. Fred Johnson. I did a alkali story in acting, what's that they also? Anaheim, like Edward. I believe that I'm a dying with him, and which in Messiah with this, you know, pass. No, card, you should say 69. Ladies and gentlemen, in my language, I said, Lake Babine, we're honored to have a person that came to Lake Babine many years ago. He came from the south, from the Salkotan territory. He spent most of his years with us. We spent the majority of his life in the pursuit of education for our young people. This is quite an honor that, you know, he has done in recognition of the service that he has done for our people here at Lake Babine. Not only did he help our young people, but he helped the province, education in general, to get all the services that our young people need to succeed. So we're very honored to have Monty given this prestigious award in front of the people that he spent most of his life with. Monty, the lady that's sitting with him, is his sister, Joan Jenkins. She has been in the education field, but now she's helping out in the justice field. She has made her mark down south in terms of the education and the justice areas in the province for our people. And the gentleman sitting behind me, Fred Johnson, he told me he's not from Williams Lake, he's from Anaheim. Mess it up again. How politely. If you've seen that movie, the movie that was made in that area, I always remember Fred in that movie as a drunken guy. Not because of that, but he made it so real when he attacked his dad. It really affected you, right?
And it really showed the harm that the alcohol was doing to the community. And it was Fred and others that have made a difference in their community to get them sober. So I just wanted to mention that, Fred, is that, you know, it's really good that you are amongst people. You're amongst friends. And to Margot Green, what can I say about her? She's been in the health field for many years. And she was with us at Northern Health. She was a director for the Indigenous program. And she got a new job in Ottawa, being a senator at the government of Canada. But you know, Margot is not riding high on her laurels. Anybody that is her favorite restaurant, Camelot Restaurant, is down to earth. So if you eat in there, you might see Margot there. So Monty, it was a great honor to be part of an award that you truly deserve. Besides trouble.
Monty Messiah with the destiny of the guys in extra companions and the guy Marco and lost the King Charles Coronation Award. Debbie Lanny in Nakaya and Canada, the Abataini right across Canada, 30,000 in the Coronation Award. Abusi Dening had any by Monty Jane Medley Day Naxana being Jane province of BC it go 551 in Monty and the town and the award is in the build so I then said Nahoy Kaya Hotai the Nahoy First Nations and Hatley and the province of British Columbia, Canada, the Monty 30 years on the education in the family. Like the education, the capture with a house in Eastland, so it's so true that better out of the with half I know it's not the nature of the area with you tied and play and allow me stop every a bit and a past the conduct. You do need a reasons and culture actually. It's here. Tied the play stop a bit out of it. And guy Monday 20 and any guy we need to be and by it one need. And guy they used to Monday to be that was on Jane of Custody. Jane Bathos was on so John Pajana with the that so yesterday. But so initiated. And Zana initiated oh yeah. And Yelending. But so is near and I was the gods. That's which it then. What's your banana? You can't Jared Rosanam. By outside in Dusty. The Jenty getting that it's a there. And pay your gonna need us to. They're not enough left out this way. You know that it's another needs in the narratives and the hey, so you're either and come up here. Unto Osline. At the guys in Jen, Hasana, Wanyani, Platinum, but Neos in 2008, Monty was also seen in Sydney, Australia. And the culture and the language, there's another, was captured and a bear with the last team. Octones and Edwaka, I and Jen, Annie Hayesly, the Jen, Metal I Lake in nine. And the no, then the planning, I Taiwan, ISNC, any view than second any apakanakana that gets another the needs and the any highlighted any apakanak as and it's many of it and any happy short this time. CDI, late Matthew Michelle, but Aunt Matthew, Mary Michelle. Any apakanak that's and ang mga guys in the Monty was started with this nation, Annie of the nation, the medal I day and Bala, as dead face manager, Annie of the. Good day, everyone. I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I want to thank the chief and the council, and also thank Monty for honoring me to witness this ceremony here today, getting a prestigious award. As you heard Margot earlier saying that the King Charles Coronation Award is being presented to those that have significant outstanding in their field of work. And in this case, Monty's work has been in the education field for over 30, maybe even 40 years. And most of those years he was at Lake Babine. The award was given to people on the day that King Charles was coronated king. And right across Canada, there was 30,000 recipients. And in the province of British Columbia, there was 551 recipients. And these were given to recipients who have made significant contribution in their area, their region, and beyond. Monty's been honored for his work in education, which was always steered by his traditional upbringing, by his grandmother. I heard him talk about his grandmother's teachings many times. Monty, although is not a bloodline in, according to the teachings of his matriarchs, he settles where his wife is from, which is the Latin territory. And those are the people you call people that listen to their matriarchs, and people that honor the traditions. Someone reared by traditional teachings. He worked tirelessly on an education system that not only honored education, academic standards, but to infuse it with the Netherlands way of being, the language, the culture. His work goes around the province and beyond. I recall presenting with Monty in Sydney, Australia in 2008, where we talked about the education and how when you infuse it with language and culture, that it becomes stronger. It really strengthens the youth. So I want to thank Monty for sharing and crediting the Netherlands people with this award. As I've always noted, Monty, in many ways, you are more Netherlands than a lot of us. And that goes to the many knowledge holders that you have worked with over the years, namely your late in-laws, the late Matthew and Mary Michelle. All of his teachings have rolled up to be where Monty is today. Even though he's not in education anymore, his work is still being used. When he left his position, it took 3 people to replace him. So thank you, Monty, for honoring us here, and thank you for letting us be a small part of your honorary ceremony today, Ms. Aisha.
in terms of, honoring Monty for the great work he's done for Lake Baby, the chief and council and staff and the people of Lake Baby are honored to present this painting for Monty to put up in his wall proudly. Then you know that we do that in appreciation of the work that he has done for our people. Masai Monty. Yeah, I'll ask Joan's sister to come up, say a few words, and then Fred will sing a song from the
The China Yang Yan. The Chatina scene and Jan when that is the China Yang. I give thanks for that people that we are here on your territory. I give that recognition. I also give recognition to the elders. And I'm not a young person anymore either. I'm 78. So I honor the elders for being here. I honor the hereditary leaders that are here. I also honor the elected leaders that are here. It's very emotional for me to see. I'm a tougher lady, but I'm gonna cry. To see somebody that I know is my son. He is my blood nephew. He is like a brother, and I am really his aunt, but he is like a son to me. What the topic that you people were talking about as we came in here was very touching to me. In our traditional culture, we practice our traditional culture. That's how Monty came to have two mothers, like myself and our mother, Lady Josephine. Sometimes turmoil happens in families, as you know. I've got a lot of teachings on the impact of residential schools and colonization and what is happening to our children, the intergenerational trauma that we pass from one generation to the next generation to the next generation, and how we need to heal ourselves in order that we don't pass that on to the next generation. I too have passed some trauma on to my son, but I do a lot of personal healing myself, and I ask other people to join us in healing so that we can have better lives for our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. There was turmoil in Monty's young life. There was 6 of them born to my brother and his mother Mary. They walked separate ways. They left children behind. What do we do in our traditional culture? We take over. Mother stepped in. He's been raised by a woman that has never had a day of Western education. But what he grew up with was like a doctorate in our traditional culture. Mother took the 5 children that were left behind. She had somebody phone me. I had to come home. You're gonna help me raise these kids. What do you say to your mother? She is a matriarch. So that's where I become a mother. I didn't know how to be a mother. I didn't know how to raise children at that time because I hadn't given birth to my own children yet. But that's the way of our culture. We look after one another. I took responsibility at a very young age. And we're very, very proud. It goes back on our matriarch side. Our mother, our grandparents never had a day of Western education. I was given to Chief Johnny Batiste and his wife Elsie. He was a chief for over 34 years. I was given to them. And they never had a day of Western education. I value all of those teachings. But I went on to UBC to get my first degree. in education, come home, because our languages are important. I didn't learn to speak English until I went to school. We come home where our languages are. I was widowed at the time, so that meant come home. I was fortunate to get a job in our school district. But we have all of those teachings. You're not going to school for your own benefit. You're going to school to make a difference for everybody else. When I started working, teaching, and then going into as a coordinator of education, and then into senior management in education, I needed to do more than just talk about education. I needed to talk about the impact that the residential school, St. Joseph's Mission, did to our people. And also dropping our traditional culture behind us. Our mother didn't do that. My grandparents didn't do that. Chief Johnny Batiste and Elsie didn't do that. So again, I saw that we needed healing. So then I got heavy into my own healing. We did a lot of personal development in the area. I saw that we needed culturally appropriate counseling. We have a lot of counselors in this province. More and more people are going to counseling and thinking that they can save us. We need our own people with the traditional values of our ancestors to come in and do it culturally appropriate. So then I did my master's degree in counseling with University of Victoria because they have more culturally appropriate counseling programs than they did the other universities in this province. So you can see why I am very touched at the topic that you were talking about when we walked in. I returned over 62 kids that were apprehended illegally by the Ministry of Children and Families. The mother took 5 of these children. Their mother took the oldest one. She said, you find him, you bring him home. He needs to be raised with the others. Again, there's a matriarch speaking. It took me some time to find him. But the fight wasn't with me and my mother and their mother. So I spoke to her and I said, please bring Calvin home. You can see these kids whenever you want to. And that's the way they were. So we brought all 6 of them together. We talk about our traditional culture and what I heard you people speaking about earlier. There's another one sitting over here. Johnny Volunteer McGregor. She's added the name now. She carries a master's degree. She is a lawyer. She has a master's degree. She too. I took her right from the hospital because our children were being apprehended right from the hospital without just cause. I went there, gathered her up. I thought I could help my handicapped sister raise her. But because I had put food on the table for these children, because my mother would not take welfare, and I thought I could help her raise, but I couldn't. Some mornings I'd wake up and I'd have to find a sitter. This is what you guys are talking about. We need to look after our own. So then I went, again, to the matriarch. I went to mom. I said, can I bring Lillian home and you help her raise this one? Next thing you know, mother fell in love with this one and I honor her. She's a lawyer. She's got a master's degree. She works for our nation. Again, the teachings from the matriarch. Like I said, I was very, very moved to honor this man that many times I worried about. Many times, a sleepless night. Who is he today? But somebody that we can say we're very, very proud that he has served the people of the Nagas Nation. I'm very, very fortunate, and I want to honor a matriarch who he's with as well, Emma. Thank you for being the wife of my son that has helped develop the man that he has become. We are matriarchs, so that meant Monty had to come up here. As he put in people, there's only about 3,000 of us left If we were 3,000 eagles, they'd be protecting us. But they're sure that it's not protecting us, there's 3,014 people. So we have to protect ourselves. We have to think like that. You know, I can't find somebody to marry in our nation, because I'm related to most of them. And Monty too. He are some fucking people that came here to honor him as well. Thank you for coming here to recognize Monty. That meant a lot to me, and it meant a lot to Monty. So hard for him to find a wife among the 14 people, and there's some important people come over here to carry our country to find somebody that developed the man that he is today. So thank you for honoring him here in this community where he's done so much work in education and healing, because he's done lots of healing himself. And didn't have to go to Victoria to pick up his pin like I did. Couldn't afford to bring anybody there but my little boy and another friend. This is a beautiful place for him to be honored. So check us out. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait for that was when then so at Slick. Nana Monty. Cooking water for the out by day. The people of the White River. I just want to, sing a song, honor Monty, family. Good to be here. Now. Before I sing a song, I'd like to present Monty a holistic. In down south, the devil's club is a protection stick. And this is also what we call sickening. It's a tank that you, instead of a drum, you use this one to sing. It's made out of devil's club and it's like Joan was talking about. We went through a lot of different, bad times. We leave it there. With this stick, we go forward. And that's what the dreams going forward. Now those days, because if I don't write it down, it disappears on. Yeah. I want to thank each of the individuals that spoke, Chief Adam, Eddie, Joan, and Brad, and of course, Margot. I want to really acknowledge and thank Lake Banking Council and administration for allowing the time for this event to be happening here, and as was mentioned, in the nation where most of my professional work has been carried out. And it was only fitting that this honor be witnessed within Lake Banking. I want to also thank those who have traveled from my homelands to be here to witness this event. My lineage, who I am, is Tilquati from my father's side and Saquati from my mother's side. And it was important for me that somebody would be here from my lineages to witness and to speak on my behalf at this event. So, Brad, such a Jones for sharing the words that you have. And I really want to acknowledge and thank my brother Leonard, his partner Laura, for coming up. My sister Shawnee, her husband Cameron, my cousin Shirley, Diablo, Escal. I still want to say Tuesday. And of course, Fred from Escal, Joan from Escal. No, nothing that we ever accomplish is completely done by ourselves. So I want to acknowledge, folks who have been with me on this journey so far. I am often reminded that behind every successful man is a good woman. Saat is here. My wife is here. Thank you for all that you put up with sometimes. But a lot of
who I am, what I do is because of my wife. But also because of our kids. B is here, Scylla is here. One of our two daughters, our other third daughter is in training in Prince George. I also want to acknowledge and thank our grandkids. The work that we do, it's not for us, it's for those that are coming behind us. That especially is our grandkids and those yet to come. I have a son. I have grandchildren, great grandchildren in Sapan Ulu, Shuswap country. I want to acknowledge my boy. You know, I've shared this, you know, what I'm about to speak on, but, you know, this medal is King Charles III coronation medal. And one of the things that I've heard his late mother, Queen Elizabeth, used to always say, she has seen prime ministers and administrations come and go. That's how long around she was. And, you know, as was mentioned, you know, this year is 32 years that I have lived and worked amongst the Edmonton people. And like old Queen Bee, the late Queen, I've seen leaderships come and go. Chief Adam, current chief, was the chief of the day when I started working for this nation in 1992. And Will has had several terms over the years as chief. You know, the other leaders that I've worked under includes former chief Emma Palmetier, former chief Betty Patrick and her council, former chief Gordy Allen, former chief Murphy Abraham, and this current leadership. And again, nothing that we do as individuals, we do by ourselves. It is because of the support and the leadership of this nation that I've been able to do what has been accomplished today. So I really want to acknowledge and thank the leaderships of this nation. Not trying to be dramatic, my throat gets dry. And similar to the changing leaderships that we have and that we've gone through, you know, there's been many administration teams that I've worked with within this nation since 1992. And whether I was here in the role as an elementary school teacher, no, learning center director, education director, general manager, executive director, or chief administrative officer. The team, the administration team works together. And so I want to acknowledge and thank the administration teams that I've worked with over the years. And, you know, and I especially want to acknowledge and thank, you know, I call him the Royal Bee. And how that came about is, you know, when I was the education director, there was a small team of us in education administration. And we would sit and
have our departmental meetings. Identify, we're going through work plans, what had to be done and all of that, and I can tick things off. Well, the Royal We is going to do this, the Royal We is going to do that. They realized that they were the Royal We that had to get those things done. And it was because of that supportive team that I worked with, that allowed me to do the work that I've accomplished outside of the nation. Whether it was with the school district, whether it was at the provincial level, and even at the national levels. So I want to acknowledge and thank, you know, the Royal We, that I couldn't have done a lot of what I'd been able to do without him. And, you know, there are two people that within Lake Bavine that I go back many years have known. You know, back in my university days, and before I came and started working for Lake Bavine, two individuals that I worked and have known forever, but we work together here within Lake Bavine. They are your educators, Yolanda Abraham and Dr. Louise Massert. You know, those two women are powerhouses. And I really want to roll the red carpet out and acknowledge, you know, how you've contributed to what has happened and what we see today in Lake Bavine, Messiah Trail. In closing, I just want to acknowledge and thank my good friend, Senator Margaret Greenwood, you know, for putting my name forward for this recognition. You know, as Chief Adam had mentioned earlier, you know, this humble lady is a powerhouse. They know her name in Geneva, Ottawa, Victoria, and beyond. But Margot is a really good friend. She's also been my mentor in the years that I worked with UNBC. And so I just want to thank you, Margot, for this honor and especially you being able to be here today. Thank you. I would say.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes the ceremony. Thank you, Monty. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Margot Greenwood, for making the trip. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Betty. Thank you, Joan and Fred and Constable. The site. My goodness, how are we gonna continue the day now? But what an amazing honor. Take a 1 minute or two. I'm gonna ask Millie, Alec, George,
and Karen McLeod to come up and get ready for the social development report. I can look that up, but I like
That's great.
What's that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I used to be yeah. Year six for a year.
Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. We're gonna start now. I'd like to get the meeting back to order, please. Get the meeting back to order, have a seat. We have more presentations to get done. We are a little bit behind schedule. So I'll introduce our next presenter. We'll be doing updates on the social development report. I will ask Millie Alec George to come up and have her opening. I would like to remind everybody to quiet down. And I'd like to remind everybody to turn your phones to silent, please. Turn your phone, I heard your phones too many times today. I'm gonna compensate them. Is that how we say constable? Compensate? Sweet. Okay, let's quiet down. Millie is gonna start now.
I just want to say thank you, Jesus, for giving us another day, and I thank God for being here. And thank you for showing up. And I just want to talk about our social development program. As we embark on a new journey towards the social development, let us ignite our commitment to fostering a community where every individual can thrive. Our program aims to empower citizens by providing access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. Together, we can break down barriers and build a society that values inclusivity to equity. Let us invest in our future by supporting initiatives that promote sustainable practices, culture, enrichment, and social justice. So our program is social development, and we have policies and procedures that we all follow. And I think that Karen is going to open up the floor to all of our policies and procedures. There's stuff that we've done behind closed doors, but that we need to open to the nation so that they can help us decide on how we're going to do this work together. So some of the policies that that we are faced with, Karen is going to talk about it, and some legal documents that we have to provide for the nation. There's motions that we've made at the chief and council level, which we need to really address and identify and fix. We need to change our policies to fit our nation. That's what I would like to see, is to work on the policies of all the programs. And I'm gonna leave the rest up to Karen, and she will explain more into the depth of the policies and procedures of social development. There's some documents that she will show you that is legal and binding. We need to be careful, and please listen to Karen, and she's just following the policies. That's what she's doing. She's not on her own. She's following his policies. And here's Karen.
First of all, I'm going to go into the social development, inconsistent, programs, and just talk about, first of all, an overview kind of
what took place and what's going on when we're going into a new funding agreement. So, first of all, I'm Karen McLeod, I'm the Social Development Director of the Social Development. So the Lake Bend Commission Social Development Department remains committed to providing high quality citizen services, which is the reason why policies are needed and have to be followed. They ensure every member is treated with equality. Since Lake Bend Nation entered into the 10-year grant, new fiscal relationship, now referred to as the NFR. There have been evolving changes and new developments as to what that agreement with the government and nations would look like and how they would move forward with a more respectful nation-to-nation fiscal relationship. The NFR grant is a funding mechanism that is meant to enhance self-determination, providing greater flexibility, predictability, and sufficiency for First Nations governments. The grant is intended to facilitate collaboration between First Nations and ISK and help lay a foundation for a more respectful nation-to-nation fiscal relationship. In 2018, the NFR grant was launched, and in 2019, 85 First Nations moved to the NFR grant. There were clearly defined eligibility requirements that needed to be met to be eligible for the NFR grant. To continue to receive the NFR grant funding, First Nations recipients will have to demonstrate that they continue to meet those eligibility requirements during the entire term of the grant. Included in the NFR grant is income assistance funding. This program provides funding as a last resort to assist individuals and families who are ordinarily resident on reserve with basic needs, such as food, clothing, and shelter. Special needs, such as beds. While improving participation and attachment to the workforce. Under the NFR grant, First Nations were given more flexibility with the design, policies, and delivery of program services. The NFR grant bring a brand new funding agreement. In the early years, there was a lot of misunderstandings as the guidelines and the groundwork was not laid out for the implementation of these changes. ISK held 10-year grant information sessions for social development, but with the groundwork and the guidelines not yet set out, these information sessions were changing, evolving, and continuing, and they continue to do so today. Communications and misunderstandings continue to date. Some First Nations have implemented changes, and ISK stated that these changes were not allowed, and they advised us to keep following the ISK-IA policy. In June 2024, ISK held another information session and provided guidelines and information on what the NFR grant, on information on the NFR grant, giving First Nations the program flexibility that this new agreement was supposed to bring. This new flexibility under the 10-year grant funding agreement, liability and accountability on First Nations government to its membership and citizens. Under the new fiscal relationship grant, it allows First Nation governments to make their own policy. It provides a warning of specific stipulations, conditions, and limitations with this. That is, it will not provide additional funding to address the increases in expenditures from policy changes that are made. Therefore, the nation's government is assuming all financial responsibility for changes made. Good governance is needed to ensure good practices or good policies are in place that enable the assistance program to provide essential services to those in need within allocated funding. This has been supporting First Nations to good governance with the First Nations Financial Management Board involvement in the 10-year grant funding eligibility practices, policies and practices, best practices. There are still ongoing communication issues and misunderstandings. And as we move forward with the implementation of the nation's new flexibility under the set funding, there will be more changes to come. So that just kind of sums up the new agreement that we're in or entering into that has just sort of starting to unfold at this point, even though it started in 2019. But that's just a summary of what's been happening sort of so far with that program and the development of it. So I want to talk a little bit about the income assistance inflation relief funding that we've received. The Lake Bevy Nation Social Development received $1,202,697 in inflation relief funding over a 2-year fiscal period. The fiscal year 2022, 2023, and the fiscal year 2023-2024. These benefits were all approved for distribution by Chief and Council to provide all eligible IA clients, family units, with an inflation relief top-up of $300 over various months throughout these years. To date, 1,150,525 has already been paid out to all eligible IA clients. The last 2 benefit periods are payments of $200 for the month of April 2025 and payments of $150 for the month of May 2025, added to the income assistance, the regular income assistance base rates that are paid out. Once this is completed, at that time, this funding will be fully paid out. So, just a bit of program information. The Social Development Department is extremely short-staffed. It has continued to provide essential services as well as regular ongoing programs and services. Although it has been extremely difficult with an overwhelming volume of work within the department. Please be understanding, patient, and calm as we continue to assist all basic needs. I would like to thank and commend the small social development team. We have extremely dedicated staff who work so hard alongside me, trying to do our best to support everyone to the best of our ability within the program policies and guidelines. So we have Sabrina Tom, social development intake worker. We have Joyce Benson. She's not here with us right now. She's working, who is also an intake worker. We have newly added to our staff. Those are the only two staff we have. We have newly added to our staff in the end of November, Hope Abraham, social development file intake clerk. And we have just recently added at the end of February, Katie Allen, social development event coordinator, homemaker supervisor. So we're a very small team that puts out a lot of services and a lot of work. So that wraps everything up for social development. And I'm just going to show you a couple of forms that are requirements. This is what Millie was referring to in the department that we follow. And I don't know how much time we have. We're good? Okay, so is a monthly declaration, monthly renewal declaration. Okay, a social development monthly renewal declaration. This form is a requirement. It has to be completed in order to receive your next month's income assistance. We cannot provide income assistance once you're approved. This form has to be completed every month. And there are deadlines that we have to operate by in order for processing. So we have a monthly deadline every month. We start accepting these monthly declarations on the 15th of every month. And up until the monthly deadline when we have to cut off for processing. We actually do 2 runs every month, a regular run and a late run. Just for anyone that has completed their declaration late. But this declaration is a legal and binding document. You have to fill out whether you're still in need of income assistance. It asks you questions, and you have to answer them. If you're still in need of income assistance, it asks you about changes in your family unit, whether there was a new person added or a person that's been removed from the family unit. Your address, all kinds of questions like that. It also has a section to complete for any income you've received. Any money or any income must be declared on this monthly declaration. And it doesn't matter what it is, it's to be claimed. And then we determine whether that money is exempt or isn't exempt according to policy guidelines. And then you sign at the bottom of this form, and that's authorizing us to verify anything that you've claimed or written on this form. And it's also, like I said, a legal and binding document, meaning that it can be enforced. So it's very important for disclosure. So we can work with you. We are going to work with you to help you the best that we can within the guidelines and the policies. So we're not here to take anything away. We're here to try and help, to try and do as much as we can within policy guidelines to help you. I'll let Millie add anything she would like to.
So there's two checklists. We have one LBN and one is West Bank, so they both look the same. The only thing that we changed was the bank statement, which is, we need to put that back in there because, INAC wants us to keep that in there. And, if we don't have it in there, then we're all eligible for SA. So that's where it stands. And so, the two different checklists are the same. West Bank and LBN is the same, and the checklist that INAC has is the same as these two. So we can't really take anything out of it, but we can add to it. Because we're working on our FA, our governance and stuff like that, we need to really think about all of these different little things that we need to add to our policies so that it'll fit our nation. So the two different checklists I'm showing you because they're the same and we're pretty much in the same, I think we're on the right track with it all. In regards to following policies at ISK level.
Yeah, what she's referring to with that is that West Bank First Nation, although they're self-government, they follow the income assistance ISK policies. So that's where the checklist for approving income assistance are the same as ours. We follow ISK policy.
I think we covered all of that, and if any questions, let us know, and we will address whatever concerns we have.
I just wanted to say one other thing, that because ISK is a First Nation that is self-government, and they follow the ISK income assistance policy, they haven't changed it at all. They are fully funded for their income assistance program. So if they need more money, they're fully funded for that money by ISK, because they follow this policy. So just clarify. I think that pretty much wraps up our presentation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We've just been informed that the snack will be out at 2:30, so that gives us a little bit of time for some questions. So I've got David, Tom, and Ernie George. So Steve will be coming around with the wireless mic. Start.
Thank you. Thank you all, Big Body members and Fort Body members, Ketchup members. I just want to thank each and every one of you chief accounts there, especially the staff, social department. I don't think you should ask for a bank statement, each member. It's not right, people will come after you, argue with you for bank statement every month, every 3 months, something like that. I mean, hear a lot of stuff for the bank statement, it's not right, because members, you're working for us members, remember that. You shouldn't ask for a bank statement to each and every one of us in this community, Lake Valley members, right?
Right.
You shouldn't ask for a bank statement or anything, right?
Right.
And that should be stopped because of the chief and counselor, because it's not right for everybody. People will get more angry.
They'll come after you guys, so it's not right. I just want to thank you, put a stop to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. The reason bank statements are required right now is because we are under this policy, and this policy refers to the bank statements in all kinds of different areas, which is asset and liability and, or asset tests and, income tests and stuff like that. So without the bank statements, this policy determines that you're not eligible for income assistance, is how this policy is set up.
Why, I just wonder, each member, we live in isolated area, Baffin people, you know. We live in Baffin, most of our members live there, and they should get the bank statement for each and every one of them, because it's not right. The reason why I'm saying that, no thanks, because members are here. HEA. You think the social department will be asking for a bank statement? Yes or no? Answer me, please, yes or no? No? If it's no, raise your hand up and we'll stop you. Come on, raise your hand up if you guys want. Because it's not right. Some members, single people, they wouldn't like it. I just want to thank you for listening to me. It's my voice for my people and my members and my family. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Ernie, George, thank you, David. And I've got Irene and Nathan. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is 52. Who am I? I was up in residential school in Jack. And that's why I got my name, 52. That's my name. So who am I? Now, I need to know, when you talk about the revenue here, there's not much. You people should put out documents about where all the money is going to each of our band members, because we need to know. Another thing is, what why is the thing we go touch stuff in that text? No, I'm a person now for that my whole law. And those same reports, the people, they should put off. Then they go out to the ocean and do fishing and bring fish in for our community. But that same report are sitting on the fence, not doing nothing. Well, we need to know. And now these people want to go out and make food for that and do some fishing for our people to come bring the fish back to our community. Because the same reports are no good inside the fence in that chat. I know my phone call James Person, but he's gone. When he's gone, there's no more fish. So I can't go up there anymore. So what we need to do is get the scenery boat out in the ocean and bring the fish in for the community. All the seafood, everything. But I couldn't have done that already. Thank you very much, everybody, listening to me about this, okay?
Thank you, Ernie. Okay, Irene.
I was going to speak from behalf of my niece. She's on the social assistant, and we were getting ready for the other niece headstone, and we were putting all the money in her account. And then they cut her off. I don't know if she got help in We're putting all the money in her account, and we know that she got cut off in August. I don't know if she got help or not, but she's living with my sister, Madeline Gray. And she's got a little boy. And then she's been, like since she was born, like she's supposed to be on disability for the rest of her life. That's how the doctor put it, as for her to be getting help. And lately, you guys are not doing that. You guys cut her right off. I don't see that. I don't appreciate that, especially when she's got a little boy.
Okay, thanks, Irene. Nathan, I'm just gonna make a friendly reminder that we're trying not to mention any personal names or any type of thing like that. So if there's any kind of questions that are personal, maybe can be directed to them. More public or private setting. But next up, we got Nathan Nicholas and then Victor Tom, and then that should about take us to snack time. I'm here for my kids. One of my daughter was trying to sign up for emergency fund yesterday. I have the flu, my baby has the flu. I shouldn't be here, but this was my chance. Diane and Karen told my daughter to come down with a birth certificate, because that's all they needed. My daughter walked down there, she waited, and that's all they did, was just sat there. Senile looks like that, just walked around her, totally avoided her, so she just came home. I have no food at home, a single father, I work seasonal jobs. Karen only helped me out maybe 2 years ago. With the PO, I don't have a car, so when I use that PO, I use groceries and whatever's left, I get a save on card and put it in my wallet. And I save it for emergency. And because of that, they stopped giving me POs. Now my daughter doesn't want to walk in the office again because she just felt abandoned. You guys were supposed to help her sign up. She was in a hit and run center. She was in an accident in October. I'm just waiting for a doctor for her disability diagnosis. And she deals with anxiety, depression. Now it's alcohol, and you guys are usually good at pushing essay to all the kids so they can stay on reserve and drink their lives away. Is that what this office is about? They're still up there. I have to come down here and dish myself for them. Is that how I have to feed my family, to come to these meetings? And look like a fucking loner and walk up with all this food? Okay, Nathan, I'm just gonna stop you right there. I'm sorry, but you guys gotta do better. I understand your frustration. No, you don't. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I empathize with you that. No, you don't. And if we win money, you should be happy. That way we can take care of ourselves, our bills, not cut us off on essay. And I know what she's talking about. They were saving up for a headstone. They looked at her 3-month bank statement and she had too much money, so they cut her off. She was saving up for a headstone. And you cut her off. And because I talk like this towards the band, they cut me off all the services. Harris County, Jordan's principal, housing, my house is a mess. I had to fix it up myself and I'm still fixing it, no money, no food. I had disability surgery, but I didn't claim disability because I'd rather work. Why should I be on disability and essay when I'm capable of working? When you guys talk
band, they won't help you. They'll lie about you, they'll say stuff about you, and they'll keep you from getting jobs.
Tear your house down.
Yep, and natural resources, I applied for work. Jeanette put my resume on the bottom and put Ted and her boyfriends, and they both got hired. Like, I love my nation, I care for my kids, and we shouldn't have to go through this. If somebody wins 50-50, be happy for them, don't cut them off. It's a lot better than a freaking $500 essay check. Do you guys agree with me? I know in your hearts you do, you're just too scared because they're all watching. I'm not scared of these guys. I'm not. Masicha, thanks for listening.
Okay, yeah, Karen's gonna give a response and then, we're just gonna go right into the snack after that. Thanks.
Okay, so just in general, I'm going to respond just in general. If anyone is in need of assistance, we encourage you to come in and apply for assistance. If you don't come in and apply, we can't help you. You need to come in and apply so we can help you. And we will do everything that we can within the policy guidelines to help you. We basically have, we don't issue POs for groceries, out of, like we do, but once you're qualified for income assistance, on the 15th of every month until the monthly cutoff, we issue POs for groceries to help you in that time in between. And then those POs are deducted off your income assistance. So in order to get those POs, you need to be on income assistance. So if anyone is in need of income assistance, please come in and apply, because like I said, we can't help you if you don't come in and apply. And so we have also, family enhancement. It's a small budget under the NCB program that we do sometimes issue POs from, but it's not ongoing assistance. It's when we can't help anyone through any of our other services, then, and there's children in the home that are under 19 years of age, and when there's children in the home, if we can't help through a program, getting you on income assistance or anything like that, we have a small budget that we issue POs to assist until you can apply and get on income assistance, or like if there's a barrier there or something that's stopping, or you don't qualify because you're gonna be starting work or something, like, so it's to get you by, and we can't access it every month. It's a small budget for the year. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Karen, thank you, Millie, and thank you, the rest of the staff. We will cut it's 2:29 now, we encourage you to come see them, I've seen them here all day. So if you have any other questions or comments, to come see them, please. So thank you again. We will go for a quick break here. I will ask the employment and training, Geraldine, Michelle, and Jason, Charlie, to be ready for 2:45. So we'll have a 15-minute break. A second. Adrian carry out. Adrian carry out. We need your random number generator. We appreciate you leaving the snack line. Haley will help Okay, we got five $50 gift cards we're gonna draw, as well as a handful of keychains. Oh, they go together. We've got keychains, travel mugs, and gift certificates. And Carrie left the snack lineup so that she can be the random number generator. So round of applause to Carrie. And Carrie, Candy, would you guys like to do another door prize? All right. So just so everybody knows, for the door prizes, as you signed in at the front door, your name went onto a list that will then be randomly generated for the prize. That's why there's no tickets, just so you know. So if you didn't sign in, make sure you sign in, but the cutoff for today is already passed, but make sure tomorrow morning when you come in, you sign in. Okay, and if your names are highlighted, you can't win again. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. The first winner of a $50 gift card. How does this work? Victor Tom, Burns Lake. Come on up. Is he here? Okay, if he's not here, we're gonna have to redraw. Going once. Going twice. Oh, he's in the bathroom, okay. Good job. Okay, well, we can move on to the next one. Number 64. Number 64. Anita Tom. Anita Tom, you just won yourself a $50 gift card, as well as a travel cup and a keychain. $79. Who do we got? Olivia Weaver. Olivia Weaver. Olivia Weaver. We have an Olivia Weaver. Try to be yours. Okay, we're gonna draw again and going once, going twice. Generate that number. 52. Dylan Patrick. Dylan Patrick, are you outside? Can you hear this? There it is. Here to say bingo.
What's their one?
Okay, next up. 83. Under the 83, Francis West. Francis West, come on down. We got one. CSFS, just one CSFS prize. 42.
No, they already won.
Oh, then mine already won.
54. The other
Dylan Patrick.
The other Dylan
Oh, here it comes. Give it up for Dylan Patrick, one of your figures. I can buy himself some food. And also, let's give a round of applause to Top of the Line Catering in the back. Saving over a hot stove all day. Okay. Nate Boo is gonna draw for CSFS. Oh, it's the other Yeti cooler pack. Drum roll, please. Select winner, Garnet Williams. Go Garnet. Going once. Going twice. Okay. You're gonna redraw. Victor Tom. 0996. Okay, well, they wanted to go by house rules, and house rules were if you won, then you couldn't get another one, so we're gonna pick another one here. Rules are rules, that's why we couldn't hold it for Garnet, so we're gonna do one more. But he won one on the last draw. Wait, never mind. Okay, hold on, we gotta get to the bottom of this. Okay, we got Victor Tom, my mistake. We got Dylan Patrick, and Victor Tom, and Victor Tom. All right, I don't want to pick the names anymore. Is there another Julian Brown around here too? Okay, so our next step, we're gonna move things along to employment and training, so I'm gonna ask Counselor Jason Charlie and Geraldine Michelle to come up, and they're gonna give you your employment and training presentation. And then following that, we'll have supportive housing, and that will be it for today. Also, a reminder that Counselor Mary McDonald, mental health counselor, is at the wellness building, so if you need to debrief or anything, there is a counselor on site for you today. And Tennille, sorry, Tennille, I didn't get your name. All right, so get your attention. I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Okay, I'd like to thank everybody here. I'm here on behalf of Councilor Aaron Alec. Aaron Alec is actually away sick today, so I'm taking her spot here to introduce our employment and training coordinators here are Geraldine Michelle and Cecile Abraham, and our Blade Runners coordinator, Tennille Michelle. Tennille is actually one of she graduated from the leadership program, is actually employed, was originally through Pickett Lake Donalds, and then she's left that position and now she's going to employment and training. So a big hand for Tennille Michelle, for returning employee. So for that, I would like to just hand the mic over to Geraldine Michelle. She can start her introductory update here.
Good afternoon. My name is Geraldine Michelle, Employment and Training Advisor. Our team profile, I joined LBN Employment and Training Department in 2019. In 2023, I went from Employment and Training Coordinator to Employment Advisor. In the past, I was the only staff running the program. I'm happy to say I gained 2 more staff that joined the Employment and Training Department. Neil Abraham is the Employment and Training Admin Assistant. He's been employed with us since October 2023. Cecile successfully completed UNBC Administrative Assistant Professional Certificate on June 28, 2024. Completed Excel training recently, and as her supervisor, I'm also looking for staff to train for professional development. Our newest addition is Tennille Michelle, Blade Runners and Employment and Training Coordinator. Tennille joined the department in December 2024, and she will introduce herself and talk about her program in a bit. Blade Runners Nation completed our 5th year end of this month with our 10-year ISETS agreement with Prince George and Tactful Aboriginal Employment and Training Association, also known as PICNATA. ISET stands for Indigenous Skills and Employment Training Strategy. The Indigenous Skills and Employment Training ISET program is designed to help Indigenous people improve their skills and find employment. Service Canada engaged with PICNATA as one of the key Indigenous partners across Canada. This is where Lake Valley receives ISET's funding under a First Nation Service Agreement with PICNATA. PICNATA covers 18 First Nations in the North and Central Interior. In the past, ISET's used to be ASET's average monthly employment training strategy. Our nation has been receiving funds for many years as early as the late nineties. LBN was fortunate enough to have Lady Linda Johnny run the program. Lake Baton Employment and Training provide employment-related service and programs for Lake Baton members living within the geographic area on reserve, covering the surrounding communities. Wyoming, Fort Baton, Old Fort Hatchet, Pinkett, Landing. Ongoing program services provided to LBN client members. The eligibility requirements must be unemployed or income assistant, EI recipient, or part-time precarious employment. Some of the programs are individual course purchase, for example, OFA, OFA 3, basic security or trade courses such as carpentry, millwright, ATO, heavy equipment operator, class 1, etc. The other program is mobility, eligible clients receiving assistance for travel meals and accommodation if required for appointments such as drug and alcohol testing, interviews, site tours, assistance to work for the first 5 days for employment. The other program is work safety gear. Eligible clients can get assistance for work gear within the start of their first 2 weeks of employment. Specific work gear such as safety work boots and safety work gear. This past salmon harvest, we assisted Palo fishing crew with work gear and $100 save on gift cards to help with nutrition. The expense amount for this project was $12,680 for about 25 LBN seasonal employment members. Targeted wage subsidy. This provides funding to eligible employers as an incentive to hire and provide with experience to eligible LBN members from 20 to 25 weeks maximum at minimum wage. Minimum wage as of June 1st, 2025 is increasing from $17.40 to $17.85. The employer can top this wage, for example, if the employer tops up the TWS employee to $6, their wage would be at $22.85 per hour. This would only cost the employer $5,250 plus the perks for 25 weeks of employment. Last year, Pinkett Donald's access TWS for their project coordinator, who was Neil Chow. Now on to Blade Runners, Neil can talk about that program.
Yung sa akin, mas yung habang itil, Glenn Fund habang itil, Nick Green, Dr. Means that they himself means the bad floods can be clean, the theme. Well, I got We officially started the Blade Runner program on February 3rd, and it has been an incredible learning experience for me. And I am grateful for the opportunity to help members develop the skills and training they need to become the best employers they can be. This is the first Blade Runners group since 2018 due to the challenges of COVID. And today, my group should be here, so if you are part of the Blade Runners program, can you please stand up? This has been an exciting and rewarding journey so far. At the beginning, my group was very quiet, and there was a sense of uncertainty. However, looking at my group now, I am proud to say that they have come so far. It's an amazing to witness their growth and development in just a few weeks. I did have 7 cohorts, but one of them has already gained employment, which from the tickets and training I provided, This was particularly exciting to hear as it was a job they have been rooting for and hoping for some time. Knowing that I played a role in helping them gain employment is truly rewarding. We've had the privilege of receiving diverse training throughout this program. From February 6th to the 20th, we worked with instructors from Irwin Safety Company and covered essential certificates such as basic first aid, transportation endorsement, fall protection, powers to operator, S-100, 185, women's transportation of dangerous goods, and traffic control systems. These courses have provided our members with valuable skills and certifications that will endorse for them in the workforce. Additionally, from February 24th to 28th, we had Samantha Moy from the data coming and teach our group valuable life skills. This training has been beneficial in helping our members develop the confidence and personal tools needed to succeed in both the workplace and their everyday lives. We also have had amazing opportunity to go out with our land guardians and learn more about their roles and responsibilities. This experience allowed our members to gain hands-on knowledge and better understand the importance of protecting and preserving our land, as well as the vital work and the land guardians do for our community. One of the challenges I have faced was deciding what specific training was needed as our nation has a diverse range of needs and various fields. After hearing from some members who came in and spoke to our group, I learned there is a significant demand for carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. I am committed to doing my best to help our members find jobs within our nation and community, and I believe these areas of training will be crucial moving forward. Another aspect of the program that I am focusing on is finding a suitable space to run our sessions. This is where I see an opportunity for personal growth. I want to further my education in areas such as writing grants and proposals. Maybe one day we have a building or shop where programs like Blade Runners can take place. Having a dedicated space would allow us to bring training opportunities directly to our communities, which would be especially beneficial for members who do not have the transportation, childcare, or funds to travel to other locations. While being provided with funds is helpful, there is a deeper need to offer our members a local space where they can learn and grow, facing additional barriers. My passion is to help those who are just coming out of school and struggling to get the necessary training or skills. Whether it's overcoming challenges with skill building or accessing the resources they need. I am here to support you in achieving your goals and providing for yourself and your families. I am thankful for this opportunity and I hope to continue making a positive impact. On a personal note, I have had the privilege of being a part of the National Leadership Program and graduating from it. After I graduated, I got a job with the Donald Lake Coordinator, and then I decided to pursue this role and couldn't be happier with the choice I made. Being in this position allows me to do what I love, helping our members succeed and providing them the support they need to thrive. It's been a rewarding journey, and I look forward to continuing this work alongside the Blade Runner program. Lastly, if you have any suggestions or ideas for the Blade Runners group, please feel free to share them with me. I am always open to feedback and eager to improve the program forward. Together, we can build a better future for all of us. I'll wait to say it this time.
That job was posted for since June 2024, so I'm glad she applied. So the other program is the First Nation Youth Employment Initiative. This is new to employment and training. It was an agreement that was signed with the previous leadership. This initiative provides 21 weeks of employment and training for 1 team lead and 4 student workers between the ages of 15 and 30 who are on income assistance living on reserve. This can be a cultural project, for example, salmon harvest, hunting, or smokehouse project. We haven't explored these ideas yet, but we can. We can look at other creative ways such as building sandboxes for the upcoming winter. We would need in-kind contributions from sponsors to donate materials such as lumber. For the Blade Runners and the First Nation Youth Employment Initiative, taking part of this plan as well. The other program is the Pre-Employment Supports, PES. Funds are provided by the Indigenous Service Canada and is offered by PIGNADA, which services income assistance recipients that reside on reserve. PES can assist in training programs, workshops such as healing or grief. PES can cover the following expenses: training space rental, participant attendance, incentives, on-site catering, childcare subsidy for families that require childcare, and travel to transformations retreat. Parliament means that takes referrals for this program. If you are interested, you can connect with Employment Training for a referral to PIGNADA. Training funds support should work hand in hand with the social development and training. Requirements for these programs: a completed participation information form, which is the PID form, proof of ancestry, an updated resume, letter of employment, and a letter of acceptance for ICP courses. Other requirements will be requested by E&P admin assistant. We require 5 to 7 days for reviews, approvals, and processing time. If you are off reserve, we refer you to the closest ISIS provider closest to you. However, sometimes an agency will request cost sharing, which we have done in the past with PIGNADA or LBN education. Our past training has been joint training accessed by both PES and ISETs. We had 10 LBN participants who successfully received a certificate. Training was provided by the Skykeeper training program with Construction BC Foundation. Participants were represented by Wyoming, Old Fort, Hatchet, and Fort Valley. The UNBC Administration Assistant Professional Certificate. This is a 6-week program that was offered online. We cost share that as well. Wildland Fire training funded by PES and ISES cost sharing that was held in Hatchet. 10 participants participated in this training. The training included S100, S185, S211, S212, S213, S230, S235, and power saw safety orientation. Computer lab training in Fort Valley and Hatchet was held for 4.5 days by Samantha Boyce of PIGNADA. This was funded by LBN ISETs. LBN ISETs also purchased 5 laptops for Fort Valley and Hatchet in 2 CPs for the computer lab for clients to use for resume making, job search, and online courses. I would like to bring more computer training to the communities. Transformations, 15 seats were purchased by ISETs. I had a slippage last year, so a pilot project, I decided to purchase seats. However, if the client was an IU client, PES picked up the cost for transformation and mobility. This was a positive outcome and received a lot of feedback. Most of the time, I wish there was a second session to transformation and to grief and loss programs. It is definitely needed. Just a bit about transformation. This is a 5-day personal development program with stores. It is designed to help participants to choose and live a healthy, independent lifestyle to heal from past traumas. There is more information on their website. O'Brien's training, 6 heavy equipment operator training was purchased approved by Chief Council on March 13, 2024. 4 seats were used. 1 seat was a 2-week program, and 5 seats is a 5-week program. 4 of the 5-week training was used by 2 Wyoming recipients, 1 Fort Valley and 1 Hatchet. This leaves 1 seat that I would like to see filled by Old Fort or Don's Landing, as I would like to see all 5 communities included. Other individual course purchases that were funded by ENT ISETs in the past were class 1 drivers, carpentry, welding, millwright, OT1, OT3, and basic security training. ENT also provides mobility, which is travel, meals and accommodation, and work gear for BLNBC's courses such as traffic control, basic security training, water risk management, ORP1 and 2. LBN ENT cost shares with BLNBC to assist our LBN members to participate in training opportunities. ENT access EES funds to operate a canyon and vacuum seal program for IA clients last year. This created short-term contracts for members to assist IA clients in how to can and prepare for vacuum sealing salmon. Clients enjoyed participating and adopting an elder in this program. IA clients that participated received a case of canned salmon, vacuum sealed salmon. This eliminated having to deal with salmon gut pickups and made it easier for salmon storage for IA clients and others. Employment and training enjoyed collaborating with social development on this project. The only expense social development picked up was the cost of the canning jars. Last year's canning program project, NADA agreed to add the canning production only for elders and low-income families using ISEX funding. Mainly they are urban members. If there was any expense pertaining to a fund on social assistance, this would go into a claim to NADA for the expended funding to be returned to LBN Employment and Training ISEX funding. Also, please keep in mind there were other departments that operate salmon camps and projects. Upcoming training programs. LBN ENT is working with NADA on a literacy program to develop and offer to our communities. We are exploring other training such as the Wellness program and holistic wellness and addiction certification program from NBIP, Nicola Valley Institute of Technology, as this is needed for our community. LBN Education will be taking the lead in inquiring and partnering with NBIP the MIND program. This is just ENT, so we would like to move for remote training. So the training providers can come to our territory rather than our members travel away for training. In the community meetings in the past, the feedback received from members is that they would like training such as law, building, HGO training, cultural training, mining training to prepare for the active mining in our territory. We hope to work towards the request. There is talk about healing, wellness, and mental health. This is one of the eligible allowable expenses for ISEX as well. I would like to collaborate with other departments to work towards this as well. Perhaps add required steps to follow and commit to after transformation or healing sections. We will be working towards a job fair for LBN this year as well, now that I have more staff with me. Lake Valley Nation ISEX fundings per year is 433,998. Blade Runners funding is 92,610, and the Youth Employment Initiative is 66,894. This amount covers budgeted items that are reviewed by the Finance Audit Committee with the final review and approval by Chief and Council. Most budgeted items are the programs that I previously mentioned, and that is all for my report. Any questions?
Thank you, Jeff. One hand raised, Victor. Anybody else? Clarence? Barry? Thank you.
I just wanted you to explain the difference between the LBN Igniter program and also the Interstate Native Development Corporation Igniter program, because a lot of people there's been a lot of questions about it. So I think it'd be better off if you explain the difference between what LBN does and also what BLNDC does with their funding.
Well, my requirements is for, income assistance. EMs on reserve, and I'm not sure what their requirements are. They're on tomorrow, maybe you could ask them what their training program allows and that. I know they're more flexible than I am with my program.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Clarence. You just sat at the same table there.
Thank you. I think you mentioned something about electricians, carpenters, and trades like millwrights, welders. If you supply something like that, like in training, like an entry level, and then it's hard for that person to get a job out in the field to take on their apprentice. Apprentice meaning like you have to work 1,000 hours per year, and you need 4,000 hours to complete an apprenticeship. I'm just wondering if you guys can take on something like that to help an individual get their ticket. Thank you.
All right.
So next up we have Barry. Hold it up for you under.
Find solutions for that.
Beside, thank you, Jeremy. Can you decide the employment training last year? Members, planning, urban members, children. That they talk about times to members like Prince George, members Vancouver. Most of them love the work that was given to them by the income that they paid a job. I said they did. This year, Geraldine has done it again, providing services. $1 to cover urban members. I just like to recommend her continue on with other departments, providing services and visual the cockpit for urban members, even possibly for local elders here too. So I'm just recommending that. Thank you, Charlie. You're doing such a wonderful job with you and your staff on the side.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, next up we have Mildred Joseph. I'm over here.
I think computer training, you said there was computer training? Or is it for anybody or?
Yeah, hold one here in one meeting. There was one in the past for the elders.
Yeah, because I think I need to give you the computer training again, because I did it a few years ago and then completely forgot what to do with some parts. I don't know how to get online and stuff. One important things. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mildred. You know, those computers, they're changing so quickly. Sometimes it's hard to know how to turn them on. Next up, we have Melvin, Joseph, and Nathan. And that's all I've got so far. Anybody else? And then next up, we will go to our final presentation by the supportive housing. And that'll be Melvin and Bernard.
Thank you, Geraldine. You're a wonderful woman, man. We need more of your work that you do, professionally, like we see it. Just some information. Like my son, Max, he's in a program in Prince George. He's getting his electrical apprentice. And he needs the hours. So there's a program in Prince George that the workforce goes to. This program. I've been meaning to ask him about it. But wouldn't it be awesome if that program happened within Burns Lake, Houston, Smithers, and even Hazelton for our area to get together so that the apprentices that do come from our nations, the 6 nations here and so on down up north, to get together, the companies like Babby Force, companies like West Fraser, would employ these individuals to get their certificates, like what Clancy was saying. You need hours to be able to get these tickets that they need. Like for my son, Vance, he needs 6,500 hours. That's a lot of hours to get his red seal, to get to that point. And this program, this that I'm talking about, they work with them. He is an apprentice, and soon as work comes around, like for instance, he was sent to Paris to help build a hospital there. So that gave me close to 2,500 hours. And now he's being sent to Williams Lake to help with another hospital there. It is always hard for apprentices to find these hours to get to where they want to be. There's a lot of them back in the day that went through a course and got their housing carpentry certificate. I could name a few, one of them sitting right here, one of them Scotchy from Fort Babby, another Roger Charlie from here, and so on. Back in our programs, when they went to bridge the gap to learn these things, they didn't get the help that they needed to get to where they wanted to go, to be certified.
Okay,
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Something like that would be awesome. To happen for the northern area. Thank you for this.
I will make time so that means with the workforce hours. That's a great benchmarking idea.
Okay, we've got a couple more people that are putting up their hand. We do still have a little bit of time, but next up we'll go with Nathan, and then I got Victor Alec on deck, and Ernie and Irene. And I know Victor also wanted to speak again, but we're gonna try to keep things on track for the 3:30 presentation.
Again, I graduated in '95. I got my entry level carpentry ticket in 2016 at CNC. Also started my entry level picking certificate a couple years ago. I've been trying to get work with LBN housing for my hours. Like, that's a long time, but I have not yet doing a level 1. And I was just wondering if you could help me with the rest of my hours as well, because when I was taking the course, it was a book like this thick, and they told me I needed 5,000 hours. And I actually helped a lot of LBN that were in that course. My teacher suggested me to be an instructor because I taught them how to roof, I taught them how to use the machines. And understand, you said you did fire training in Canada. I also have 6 years at Burns Lake Fire Department. I used to run $150,000 truck pumps. I used to ride in it. I used to fight fire, telegraph, Francois Lake. I actually built the camp in Fraser Lake and up here on Valley Road. I still hold contracts with the government. And one of those, contracts needed a level 3. And I applied in January for a level 3 that started in February. The field said you guys paid for it when I went to the course. My name was on this. And CNC never did that course for like almost 10 years, and now that I was here, I was ahead of everybody. I gave you guys the paperwork and I lost my spot. Neil said they were gonna work on it, and I looked at the date, and it was February 24th, and I said, oh my goodness. Like, those courses are hard to come by. I take my job very seriously, because I work with government officials and forestry. Like, I know all the lead hands in there. Every time I go to forestry, I always get hired. And I just like if you can help me with more hours. And if you have more fire training, get me involved, I can help. I talked with Rob Krause, and we were helping with cat shed in Gavin. He said that we needed training. We were trying to implement a plan. Whoever's the fire people in Tetchet and Gavin, they could come here and train. That's what we're trying to do. I tried to bring that to natural resources, and they didn't want to do it. And that would have brought lots of money for them. You guys know about it. That would have brought lots of money from the government. There's money for First Nations for stuff like that. And you can access it, but you need reserve and ban. And I can help with that. I'm asking if you can help me with my hours. Because I know how to do roofs, renovations, plumbing, foundation. I actually did the high school. I was part of that. That was going up. I did the foundation at Pew, whatever it's called. So I've got a lot of foundation work. I can help LBN members with that too, if they want to train. I need help when I want to get my red seal. And that's all I'm asking. I don't know if I go to level 3, but I was pretty upset with that because 10 years is a long time not having a course here.
Okay,
First,
thank you, Nathan.
So I just want to help, that's it.
Thank
That's
you.
all I'm asking for. My second, for all your work.
Right, thank you, and I also received a message about yesterday, and I'm still waiting for paperwork. Yeah, you have to bring me the paperwork.
Okay, so next up, we're gonna have Victor Allen, who's just behind you there. And I've just been informed that Bernard is dealing with an urgent matter right now. So actually, the supportive housing report is gonna be moved until tomorrow. So this will be the last presentation here today.
Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's inquiring about us old timers in retirement. We have our class 1s, and I have my class 1, my chauffeur. I give them record check for transportation. And not enforcement and chauffeur, I would call that. And we are not paying in particular for the driving habit on class 1 driver.
We just can't quite hear Victor, so I'm just gonna ask everybody just keep her down. We're almost done. Just let Victor have his minute here.
Yeah, we have training for the old timers, like the government has a policy there, we as retirees can go back to work. And without having our CPP deducted. So that's an additional revenue for us. I'm inquiring, do you have a policy pertaining to that too as well? Like federal government?
It's, I can go back training, there's a lot of work coming up, rock truck driving and whatnot. And general helping with the money. Yeah, but I purchased a couple of trucks, all mineral. Site show.
Okay, so I've got a few more on the list, got Ernie, Irene, BJ, and I know Victor is burning to get another one in. Okay, well, we'll save you for the last one.
Adi, there is right now, there's I need to find out like one of these programs. And this program is contact on the summer council for members. Because I do have my forestry certificate, I graduated Northwest Community College in Camas. I have my certificate for forestry and camping program. So I can run the business. I get the contact from these guys as other organizations for this program. Do I get a contact from them? I can teach the program. No, I'm qualified for it.
This, I've been told that forestry already went, that's kind of more of the forestry presentation than in the employment training, but they were in the first half of the AGA, so it's kind of outside of the scope. But I love to see the enthusiasm from our seasoned vets.
Well, you see, the forestry, there's been all kinds of roads in our territory, especially in our rights and private provincial top line. And we didn't ask any questions like, where's all the, there's been all the roads like, where's our tracks? They gotta pay for all the tracks because they plowed the road. No.
Okay, thank you, Ernie.
Okay.
All right, next up, Irene, come back here.
I just want to ask, so, my granddaughter, she's got all her red seal. And we went to school for carpenter for 4 years. All the red seal, everything. And but they live in Golden. Now, after her job was done, now she's a nurse. She was a RCMP carpenter, now she's a nurse. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Okay, I've got Mr. BJ Tom. Just back here.
Mr. Newsflash.
The silver bullet.
Geraldine, the trading and all the department you're all working on, a lot of our people, lots of them young ones have dreams, taking up careers and whatnot. A lot of them have pensions, you have to do. They have to work on, get a way in order to stand up and make a living. So with your department, drug and alcohol department and chief and council, how about they work up something where they can prepare them so it doesn't become a failure for them? A lot of our people are on medicine. There's work to see out there. All kinds of fields working. When I was in the village for over 13 years. That's just general labor. You got a boss there looking over your shoulders. And I went in logging and then in the trucking. for 26 years. I've been at no loss, looking over my back. Never seen my boss. I did my work, he put direct deposit my check into my account. So I went direct deposit for. Go out to run around and get my checks. So, I had, in my younger years, I had addiction myself. Listening to parents, relatives, I got back on my feet. It's a hard journey, but it pays off. When I first got into trucking, the first job I got in the bedroom, I hitchhiked over there, starting to 100 miles out. And I had just a little bit of money. I was living on pop and chips. And I was sleeping in the logging truck. My boss didn't know I was sleeping in the logging truck. So when he found out, he got me a hotel room. And I look back at it, I wonder how the hell I went through that to get back on my feet. So the hardest things that we walk through, never give up.
Yes, that's a good message to end on. Thank you, BJ. So I'm gonna add one more hand and then that's it. So David, and then I'm gonna give the final word to Victor with a recommendation, and then we're gonna ask one of our elders to close us with a prayer in a good way, and then that'll be it for day one. So David Tom. Okay.
Thank you. Sign up or training for Fort Valley elders. Like I know Junior was looking after the elders, moving weights and cleaning up stuff like that. There's nobody in our community having to do stuff for the elders. Like Sarah's sister Tilly, need somebody to do stuff around her place. I know that young fella right there, you want doing stuff for Tilly, but Fort Valley members, they should go training to look after their members. Like I want to do that. I've been looking after myself. I asked Sherry Madam to get somebody for me to do woods and showering snow. But I had my knee surgery and I had my eye surgery. Here's why I'm asking. I wouldn't mind if you guys sign me up for training. I wouldn't mind helping by me. We need somebody to look after our elders. I know Garnet and Shane, they're always doing stuff for the members. And I'd like to thank Robbie and Sarah, Kate Lambert for this AGA. And I know we need somebody to look after our members. We don't have any caretaker, homemakers, stuff like this. I wouldn't mind going for training, looking after the members, because I'm pretty sure we need that in our community. That's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, Victor, we're gonna let Victor close it off with a good recommendation here, and then we'll find somebody to do a closing prayer for us.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a recommendation because there's a couple buildings coming up right now. One in Pachak, one in Fort Valley. There's an opportunity to be able to get some hours in for Red Seal certification. They're gonna need, well, they do need people for carpentry, and there's gonna be electrical and also plumbing and that stuff. So why can't we get somebody in there that's a member to work on and to get some hours in? So you'll be able to even maybe bring back that person that's in Prince George to come and get and work with them to get the electrical hours in. For all the buildings that are doing that. There's two constructions in town here. But the big thing about it is, yeah, you can set it up and stuff like that, but the people that are set it up for, you gotta show up.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, so I almost forgot that there are a few more door prizes. So before you head out, we're gonna do a couple door prizes. And on a lighter note, Billy here's got some 14 cards left. I think all the jersey tickets are sold out. There's still some raffles going on, I believe. Oh, sorry, before that, my apologies, Geraldine is gonna give a final thought for her presentation.
Thank you for your recommendation and questions, and they are being written down by the lawmakers, and they'll be addressed to the right departments. For the projects that you're speaking about, Chris Thomas is working with the contractors for those positions, and we're also collecting residents for those as well. Thank you, have a good day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I've also been reminded that if you have resolutions, please get those in as well. We've got until day 3. But for now, we're gonna head over to your prizes. And that's the ticket I'm hearing down here. 13 lots, what's the prize? 50%, 270. And I'm not too sure what door prizes we're gonna be giving away up here, but we're just digging through the big pile of loot. We got 6 prizes.
And the others, they have tickets going for $20. 3 prizes, I don't know when they're gonna draw it. And Martina is still selling, right? So see Martina for that. And we have 6 prizes. Area, we do the random generator.
I also just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for your patience today. I know it's tough to sit through long meetings like this, and I really hope that everybody who spoke felt that they got their, their voice heard and feel acknowledged. I know it's tough stuff to deal with sometimes, but just thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. And also another round of applause for Top of the Line Catering for keeping us all. Someone was asking, are those water?
Just a reminder, supportive housing is being moved to tomorrow, so we'll start with supporting housing tomorrow. We also have capital and infrastructure report. We have the Tallow Fisheries reports, the Burns Lake Native Development Corporation report, the Fort Babine Lodge and LBN gas bars, and then the afternoon, the resolutions that were done a few years ago. So everybody will have an idea of what resolutions have been done. Also, I would like to remind everybody there is no dinner tonight. No. What? Don't. Who's inviting me for dinner? But don't forget, we do have drumming and dancing competition tonight here at 7 o'clock. We invite all drummers, singers, and dancers. Cash prizes tonight. Here we come. Yeah, hello, come on, ladies. Yeah. So again, thank you. We'll go to the door prizes and I'll pass it on to Darcy.
All right, is that our first winning number? Okay, so our first winning number is, oh, look at that, 100% winner. That is Nancy Williams. Hey, the prize is $50 gift card, swag. Swaggy.
Okay, just a reminder, if your name is highlighted, you only get one, so keep going.
Sure. Twice here. Okay. 104. Okay, we got 4 working colors. 37. Barry McDonald. Come on up. You're the lucky winner. Some LBN forestry swag. Got some nice bits. Nice blue ones. Got a toque. Number 49. For next winter. We'll get some more for you. Nathan Nicholas. Nathan Nicholas, come on up. Number 39. Okay, that was all of our, those were $150 gift cards. Now we've got Esther McDonald. Esther McDonald. One more, we got one. Okay, actually, we got one more. One more. Number 53. Number 53. Go. Go. Congratulations. And Robert's birthday on the weekend, so happy birthday. Right? I saw him in Vancouver. That was my birthday today. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It's up as it, sky is it. My site for day 1. Fortunately, somebody left their survey here all day, so. There's still a little tiny chunk of slush in there if it's yours and you want it, but, yes, like Darcy said, we have the dancing tonight at 7 p.m. And then we're back tomorrow at 8 a.m. for breakfast, so y'all have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Anything else, Sandy, here to talk and give you the way? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Steve's coming. We'll end off in a good way. Damien is just over here behind you.
Every driver that does vehicle, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy kingdom. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but forgive us from evil. Amen. And the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
That's called. 7 o'clock tonight, 8 tomorrow morning for breakfast. I'd say continental, but make that mean continental, it's like a full. Yeah. Bill, 9 left. 9.
Mercy, good job.
Boy, really good team, you are very combined.
Hey, when is that, your trial going? Saturday?
Yeah.
And, you got any more tickets? I'll find all of you.